gonna stress when I'm alone in my room. Not gonna stress about the doom and the gloom. Not gonna stress cause I know that I'm right. I'm picking up the pen and putting down the fight. Not gonna stress and pull out all of my hair. Not gonna stress, fuck it, they can all stare. Tested by the trouble, time tells all just as quick. And if I stress about it, it'll just make me sick.
Every way, going through the motions, I could die any day. I've said it all before, now I've got nothing to say, except for lines like that. How are you looking to play? I need a little fire to keep me on my toes, so we can keep it quiet, nobody needs to know. I saw the way you saw me when you came to the show. Now you got me all excited and I'm ready to go. Don't stop now, it's just getting good. It wasn't started before, now I know that you would. Don't make a lady wait for what should be going on. Roll me out, boy. You give me like a taste and I get so annoyed. You can't replace the thing that makes us oh so tempting. One sick girl you won't be forgetting. Roll me out, boy. 'Cause I know want me to, but you stay so quiet. Yeah, you can't deny the thing that makes us oh so good thing. One sick girl that you'll be missing. Bending over backwards just to get you to break. Isn't it exciting to keep raising the stakes? I like your passions, baby, but just make no mistake. You gotta give up something if you wanna eat cake. Don't stop now, it's just getting good. It wasn't started before, now I know that you would. Don't make a lady wait for what should be going on. Roll me out, boy. You give me like a taste and I get so annoyed. You can't replace the thing that makes us oh so tempting. One sick girl you won't be forgetting. Roll me out, boy. 'Cause I know want me to, but you stay so quiet. Yeah, you can't deny the
Alrighty, we should be able to unmute ourselves now.
Your voice is super faint on my end.
Hello.
Hello.
I hear you, but like very, very far away.
Oh, okay, hang on. I'll just make sure I'm talking into the right microphone. Ah, I get it now. Okay. The computer is trying to be helpful. That should be better. That should be better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, this is why sometimes people are like, did you get a new microphone? And it's like, no, what's happened is the computer has decided to quote-unquote enhance the audio. And what happens when the audio is enhanced is it actually makes it sound like shit. Anyway.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Lol.
Sin's here, by the way.
Hi. I'm here.
Sin,
I
you have
haven't
some
drank.
exciting news.
What? Bloodborne's cancelled? Kidding.
Sin,
I've
this
been
is live.
drinking.
Oh, have you? Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Sin, why have you been
yeah.
drinking? Is today a special day for you?
Yeah, today is Sophie's and I's birthday week.
Yeah.
It starts today. How exciting!
Yep, so Sin was born on March 29th, and I was born on April 9th. But because Sin was born in 1985, and I was born in 1984, that means we're actually the same age.
Oh
For
my God,
11
how
days.
exciting. Yeah. And it can't be a coincidence that I have a 9 and you have a 9 and we're the same age and we're within the same month it was meant to be.
Yeah.
That's right.
Alright. Let's do some Bloodborne.
So last time we did this,
Yay.
I started off attempting to play the game, and then it just turned into me talking about stuff. And I essentially stopped playing and just broadcast myself using the wiki.
Nice.
So I don't know
I'd just
what
like
we're going
to
to do.
interrupt you for
Certainly.
a second. David Mitchell says, did you know that Bloodborne has 10 letters, which is also the number of years old as Bloodborne? Miyazaki really is a genius.
Oh my god, he
Thank you.
is.
Yeah.
That was
Great
all
observation.
planned.
Everything was planned
Exactly.
in advance.
That means Bloodborne 2 is gonna come out this year.
Oh god, please no. I mean, great.
That's all the proof we need.
Exactly, that's all the proof we need.
I'm trying to make this go full screen again. It doesn't like me. That's better. Alright.
Gosh.
Yeah, it's one of my builds. The problem is, like, this is actually the first time I've played Bloodborne since 2023. So I've got all these builds from 2023 hanging around, and I don't remember what they're supposed to be, or, like, why I made them. So the reason I picked this one... Yeah.
8 letters.
Oh my god.
8 plus the 2 in Bloodborne 2, 10. It all worked.
Oh god. It's so deep. So yeah, the reason I had
Sorry,
this
I didn't-
character open is that they have the whole game unlocked. So we can just sort of warp around and talk about stuff if we want, and if we run out of things to talk about, we can just go to we can just replace that with the wiki or whatever. I've got some of Eugenio's mod to show off as well, because we started last time and then we sort of got sidetracked, but he sent me some more stuff in the meantime, so there's actually quite a lot to discuss.
Very
You know what's
good.
the worst part, Sophie?
What?
You know what's the worst part?
Of what? The
I'm
Bloodborne
like-
or Life?
oh.
Or...
Bloodborne, because I'm like, oh, we talked about it so much, and like,
Yeah.
oh, it's 10 years old, and I see you playing, and instinctively I'm like, man, this game is so good, I should play it again.
Yeah.
let me go pick it up and play it again. It's so good. Yeah, I listen to the Ludwig's theme like weekly. Do you know that? It's like my jam.
Yeah.
I love this game so
How
much.
do you feel?
Yeah. conflicted.
Yeah.
Such a good game, though. Oh,
You don't have to say though, you can just say it's good.
yeah. It is. It is good.
It is good.
It's almost as good as Fallout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Fallout's maybe the reason we don't want a Bloodborne 2.
Bitch, no. You take that back. I am eagerly awaiting Fallout 5. I hope it's the same as all the other good Fallouts. I'll still play it.
Sin, do you have a request of where we should go?
Yeah, go into one of the gross areas. So we can get the true horror experience.
Sin, they're all gross.
The
The
gooey
only
gross
nice
one.
the only nice place is the workshop, and it's currently on fire.
Oh,
I know.
oh no.
There's some bloodstains
Yeah, let's
over
go.
here. May have been a baby. Something happened.
Oh no. Did you know that there's a podcast out there that has a podcast explaining everything? They have over 100 episodes. They talked about it all. Did you know that?
Do they mention the etymology of the name Lawrence, though? Because otherwise I'm not interested. Underground corpse pile. That sounds unhygienic.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Alhazred has a question for you, Sin.
Oh! Yeah, so the episode I'm editing now. Alhazred and I recorded about a really cool little gem of a game called Mortal Kombat. No. Fuck. Sorry, I apologize. No, what is the game, Sophie?
Killer
I've been
Instinct.
drinking. There we go.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
It's a really good one. It's a long episode. We actually read the manual that Fulgor comes with on how to
Okay.
disarm him.
Okay.
It's in the process of being edited.
Is
in between work.
this like OG Killer Instinct on the Super Nintendo, or like the new Killer Instinct?
We talked about we talked more about like the character Fulgor from all of
Okay.
them.
Okay, I remember
Yeah,
him.
but
I
I
don't.
played
I don't know what
the
his
OG.
backstory was. I just remember he was like a robot guy with kind of like Wolverine arms.
And the ponytail.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was cool.
Yeah.
Oh, this is such a good area. It's so like horror-y and
Yeah.
like bloody.
Name one horrific thing going on.
It says Sophie as a witch like carves out her eyes.
Yeah.
Such a vibe.
Yeah. This is a vibe.
Oh,
we
yeah, let's-
have-
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Sin. I was just gonna say that another thing we can do tonight is we have community contributions. We have, I wrote a little questionnaire that the Snack Covenant members could fill in about Bloodborne and their experience, and so we've had plenty of submissions, and we can chat about it later if you guys want.
And also there's a link to kofi.com/Mephistophea, and that's for Meph and all her awesome work on the Bloodborne wiki and to keep that wiki running.
Yeah.
So check that out, and I'll post the link in the chat.
Yeah. Great. Because previously we've done it through stream donations, but then it got a bit complicated because like YouTube takes a cut, and then we've got to figure out how to get it
Yeah.
from us to Meph and everything. So it's easier if Meph's just set up a buy me a coffee thing for her. So.
Yeah.
You can just donate that way, and
Hey.
you can also subscribe to it, kind of like Patreon. So you can just say I'm gonna buy her one a month.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do that, you'll get little updates on what she's currently working on, and yeah.
Yeah, it's very cute.
While I was reading the submissions, I was realizing that I actually I regularly use the same weapons on my builds and tend not to try it more, and I should really correct that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's like this game doesn't even have that many weapons in it, and I haven't used probably half of them.
That's right. Me neither.
Yeah.
But I want to try more. I wanted to ask you about this since we're in this area, isn't it? I remember hearing about this river of blood being a reference to some Buddhist hell, like a
Yeah.
circle.
Yeah, Buddhism's got like, I think it has 700 or 800 different hells in it. But
Yes.
one of the better known ones that's depicted on these things called the Hell Scrolls is this massive river of blood with these corpses, kind of like looks exactly like this essentially. And it's just a
Yeah.
place that like it's like a punishment place just in the afterlife. And one of the things that happens to you while you're there is a monster that looks like a horse that tramples you. So that's
Mm-hmm.
essentially like that's the motif they're going with here with the River of Blood and Ludwig, and also there's another hell that there's a specific hell that children are sent to if they die before their parents, as a punishment
Yeah,
for
I
making their parents
remember
feel
that.
grief, and that's what the fishing hamlet's trying to look like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, people like I remember when I was talking about this, like when it came out, people were like, "Oh my god, it's the solution to the story and everything," and it's like, no, you have to think of it more like the original Doom, where it's just like we're making this place look like hell, so there's just like pentagrams and goat heads everywhere and like corpses impaled on spikes. Like it's that. It's not trying to make a specific
Yeah.
theological statement. Yeah. Yeah, like we were saying, the reason that this whole area exists essentially is that started off being two DLCs, which were just going to be. It looks like the research hall and prison was one, and then the fishing hamlet was the other. But the fishing hamlet was fucking massive when they started it, and then they compressed it down into one DLC. And to kind of add like connective tissue, they added this sort of Hunter's Nightmare concept where you're traveling around through like older versions of Yharnam. And that's why all of this is all existing assets from the base game. So it's like the rocks from the Nightmare Mensis area. It's the weird muscle striation rock from the Nightmare. It's bits of Yharnam. It's like the cold blood flowers and stuff that they already had, and they kind of made it out of that. And we were talking about how like Bloodborne's one of the few games that you can actually get away with doing that, and it works. Like you
That's
can
right.
you can go and just do like it's like weird dream logic, and you're like playing through like places in sort of nightmare versions of something that you're experiencing in reverse chronological order and make them out of reused assets, and it doesn't feel wrong.
Yeah. How exactly did Simon get into the nightmare? I always kind of assumed that he did the same way as you did.
Yeah,
Because he's not blood drunk like you. So I'm assuming in a similar way as we did.
and he knows all about it too. Like he knows about Maria and the Hamlet and everything. And he says like, "Oh, you have an inquisitive spirit about you or something" when you first meet him. So it's like he must have gone investigating. Well, it's like this is literally just the Erden Chapel map to the point you can't really see it from here, but if you open this in a map viewer and you look around there, like the side door that you go out of Erden Chapel's actually still inside there. They just block it off with a statue when you go inside here.
Oh,
Like that door is still there. They've just blocked it off with this. Actually, let's just do a weird tour of Yharnam. Why not? Cindy, do you have anything to say?
Hello? Yeah, I
Hello,
have a lot
yeah.
to say.
Okay.
So my
how much
boyfriend
of it
has
is
been getting
broadcastable? Because we can't edit this one.
0%.
Oh no.
It's okay. We're on a 7-second timer. You can press the beep button every time I say something.
Yeah, sure. We'll go with that.
No, my boyfriend's been he's going through like his midlife crisis or whatever, but because he's a
Okay.
nerd, his
Yep.
midlife crisis is buying a
Okay.
bunch of mangas.
Okay. How do you feel about saying
So,
that about your boyfriend who's like 2 years older than you?
what, that he's a nerd?
That he's going through a midlife crisis.
I know, that was
Yeah.
my joke, Sophie. Yeah, it was a good one.
Thank you, John the
Good
Maven.
joke. Thank you, John. Yeah, so he bought a bunch of mangas, and then he's like, we should like watch a bunch of animes together. And I'm like,
Yeah.
okay. I was like, find me something that's like scary or gory or like horror.
Mm-hmm.
And he
Darling
found, he's
in the
like, okay, I think
Franxx.
I have one. No, never. Oh no, I'm thinking of the other one. That one, yeah. What am I thinking, Sophie? The one that I'll never watch because it's too depressing.
Oh, Fully Cooley.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
No, we
yeah.
watched Darling in the Franxx. But anyway, he found me a good one. It's okay. It's called something like Transformers on Mars or something. I don't know. But the point is, it's like humans are going to Mars to kill a bunch of cockroaches for some reason. But
Okay.
like the cockroaches evolved to be just giants or something.
Right.
And then there's like a war between humans and cockroaches on Mars. But like it's really stupid. That's it. That's the plot. There's no plot. And
Okay.
the animation is like really good and everybody dies. But the funny
Right.
thing is the first season you can clearly see was made by the people who made Attack on Titan.
Right.
And it's like very gloomy and very like sad. But the second season is another studio that I think does like Reborn like stuff. So the second season is very upbeat and like we can do this, guys. And it's like pretty trippy. But overall, it was very bad. I do not recommend, but it did have a lot of blood in it. So
I imagine you pitching that anime to the studio. You're like, okay, really stupid, no plot.
yeah, yeah, batshit got it. Termformers, yeah, that's
Okay.
so bad.
So I'm up here to show
was
people
it?
something that like I sort of half mentioned and then didn't show off, right? This is
Yes.
people who follow us might be aware of this already. Where I am now is like I'm the Upper Cathedral Ward Bridge, right, where the servants are, as you're coming into Upper Cathedral Ward, and so where I'm facing now is that's the Grand Cathedral entrance. Like there's the clock. So down there and across. This is the path you take to Yharnam, and you can see there's just a hole. So this is because early on, you couldn't go to Yharnam normally. Like you couldn't just walk down the cathedral, go up the stairs, turn right, and walk to Yharnam. There was that gap. And the way you got past the gap is that there, which is an elevator that actually goes all the way up to Lumen Flower Gardens. So I was talking about this last time about how like the Yharnam map data is really, really weird. Because it used to be that like this wasn't all one continuous map. In order to get from there to there, you had to go up, down, you had to go like up, across, down, and then out, and that gave it time to load in a different map, and now it's all one map. So some of the data has just been like sort of hacked up and like weirdly kind of spaced around. You get like enemies floating in the air and stuff that's not really there. But they didn't update the distance model, so you can see there, this is what used to be there. And if you go there now, that's just an unbroken path with some statues in front of that door. So, fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, I
Sorry,
can't
sorry,
see Sin,
no,
but I
I
know
wasn't
exactly what...
listening.
Yeah, I know exactly what face you're making.
No, I wasn't even making a face, my love, because in the chat,
Yep.
Sam just said there is a live action Terraformers directed by Takashi Miike. That does not surprise me at all, and I must watch it now. Oh my god. So somebody pitched that anime to him the way I did, and he's like, yeah. 40%
No plot,
on Rotten
just
Tomatoes.
stupid.
Yeah. Oh my
The
god.
problem with anime now, too much plot. We're gonna have no plot.
Oh my god. Yo, that's amazing. But good job, Sophie. Thank you for that informative information.
Thank you. I can show you actually the lift used to be... You might think it was this, it's not. This is actually a different unused lift. The lift was here. So if you imagine the old structure was you went up a cathedral ward the way I've gone now, you popped down, went to Lumenflower Gardens, and then here. I'm not sure if it would have been locked or sealed off or anything, but there was a lift here. You went down, and that took you to the other side of the cathedral to where Yharnam is.
Wow.
I know. And we also talked about how this broken window, the reason that was broken in Ye Olden Bloodborne build is because the cleric beast would have jumped through that window and come down.
Ah.
So he would have still done like the jumping entrance, but he was actually going to jump from here and land. Yeah, he'd land behind you instead of in front of you like Amelia does.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
That,
Not
something
really, is
like
it?
that was in the trailers, right?
Yeah, it was in the really old
I
trailers,
remember.
yeah. There's also I don't quite understand what the purpose of Lumenflower Gardens was originally, because like Celestial Emissary, even if you don't know about development, Celestial Emissaries pretty obviously like fuck, we need a boss for this area, just make one of the blue guys
Yeah.
big. But like there's a corpse here in the map data. There's like a single corpse in the middle of the Lumen Flowers with an item on it, and I don't know what it was or what it did. So that looks like super early on, to the point where I don't think it can ever be found or restored because it'd be so old. That was a lift that went up to the very top. And like we can't really show it off here. I might be able to later if I go into the wiki, but there is a like the place where you fight the living failures now, it doesn't look like this. It doesn't look like the part that's above us now. It looks like it's basically doesn't quite match the exterior model. And it looks like there's actually a path that goes on top of the clock instead of inside of the clock. Actually there. You can kind of just see it there. Above us. That's kind of where Living Failures is, but not really, because when you actually get to Living Failures, it doesn't look like that. Yeah. You can see like the geometry's not even like finished there. There's just holes in the map. Because they've had to like...
Oh my god.
Yeah, they've changed it like quite... I don't know what the story was, but it's like they just gutted that whole area completely. And yeah, that bridge, like that's where Living... that's where Living Failures is fought. Now you can see it clearly isn't the same area, because Living Failures is this much bigger space with like a big garden in the middle. That's not there anymore. It's just a straight bridge. And there's like, I don't know, space on top of the clock for something. So I don't know if you went on top of the clock maybe instead of inside it originally. Anyway.
Very cool.
Sin, which baby is stronger, Murgo or Reborn?
What do you even do? Reborn has a whole business going on.
That's true.
What did Murgo do other than just like cry and be annoying?
That's true. What does he do? Probably shits himself as well. Why do you want these? Get a cat.
I know.
Yeah, Bedsheet points out there is actually, like, there's 3 extra clocks behind us. You can't see them properly really from here, but if you look in the map viewer, they've just copy-pasted the clock tower behind you like 3 times to bulk out the skyline. Because as we've said before, like, there used to be a sort of big mountain range behind here with a massive bridge that sort of went across. It was almost like Yharnam was in a valley. Rather than, like, if you look here, Yharnam's clearly the very top of somewhere. Like, you can see right over the horizon. But in the older ones, it's like Yharnam's either in a valley or it's at the base of a mountain. And this whole area here, where you just see there's just the sky and those, like, forests and everything, that's filled in with, like, a pretty massive mountain range that would have had this, like, castle sort of church on it. That's not there. There we go. There's just, like, an extra like clock tower that they've just kind of stuck there, because otherwise there'd just be this massive hole in the map. And yeah, I can actually I can't really show it off because I don't have like the files or anything, but you have to imagine that like where we are now, there's another bridge above this that's kind of actually goes over the top of the astral clock. So there's like a really, really high bridge, like a really high walkway that's going over that. And it's going round across Upper Cathedral Ward, and then there's like a mountain range roughly over here. Might actually just kill these larvae and show off where it would have been. I'll just run past the larvae because they're not that difficult. I think this is the highest point you can see out of. Just get rid of this guy.
I find it amazing that your reward for doing the chalice dungeons is a dead baby. Well, you know who we're dealing with
Yeah, this is
here.
Miyazaki.
So first of all, this is Miyazaki we're dealing with, so yeah. But
Miyazaki
also,
just thinks to himself,
Sophie...
one fewer baby in the world is all the reward I need.
That's right. But also we were talking about the fact that the Yharnam stone used to have like has a cut use, right?
Yeah. Well, the thing about the Yharnam stone is like it's not like it has a cut use in the DLC. So it's like it didn't have a use and then they gave it a use and then they removed that use. So I don't know what its original use, likely it was just like a chalice material, because there's a ton of unused chalice material graphics that I keep forgetting that oh my god. I keep switching weapon mode to get a better look, and that makes you step forward. Have I done the camera glitch?
Oh.
Have I frozen the game? I think I froze the game. I froze the game! Oh no, wait! Okay, I don't know what's going on. Can I just bolt Hunter's Mark out of this? No, it's not letting me use it. Okay. This is interesting. Now I'm dead.
Oh, we just found something new. Can you walk? Can you move?
I just died. I think there's like... It must... Oh, yeah. I think what probably happened is I was falling out of bounds and I just fell for so long that it's like I just kill him. Yeah, so I have no idea what the Yharnam stone graphic was, because the whole concept of like Queen Yharnam and Murgo and everything, that's not new. Like, that's not old. That's very, very new. But yeah, I don't know what the Yharnam stone's, like, the purpose of that graphic was originally, but the DLC, there's an option to give it to the fishing hamlet priest, and I don't know what it did. Hello, everybody. Oh yeah, so Noah's saying I had a save where I used the clinic sip to kill Ron before Amelia, and then the Upper Cathedral Ward didn't have a skybox. Like, yeah. There was actually... I didn't do it this year, but there's an archived stream where we do a whole, like, time skip thing. Where I do sort of, like, fly around and screw with the timeline, and, yeah, you can have, like, Amelia and the Bloody Crow fight each other and stuff by just screwing with who is where and what time it is. Anyway, this is clearly not the bridge that you go to. Like, it's a completely different shape. Yeah. So I don't know what the original clock tower thing... There's references to clock tower patients, like, in the old files. So the concept of, like, there's something in the clock tower, they're doing experiments on people, that's all pre-DLC, but they don't seem to have, like, developed it. They just sort of came up with it, cut it without finishing it, and then repurposed it, it looks like.
One thing I wonder is where the research hall would have been in the real world. Because the DLC, it's all, representation.
Yeah.
I'm wondering where it would have been.
I'm assuming it was in the clock tower and it's just not there anymore because the whole thing, like, collapsed and fell apart, so they just closed it. It's like, bricked it off or something. Yeah, this is based on the Sunzu River, where it's like it's kind of like the River Styx, where it's like a place you get sent, and they're clearly trying to evoke that here. There's a movie from
the old towers.
Yeah, there's a movie from the 60s called Jigoku that's about people like going to the Japanese underworld, and that literally the way that Sanzu's shown off in that is identical to this. Like, it's literally the same lighting and everything. And that literally has them being led through the Sanzu River by a crying child. So it's like, yeah, I see what you're doing there. And yeah, these. These don't have, like, one specific kind of meaning. Like, there's a lot of reasons you might stack things, but in the context of the Sanzu River, it's like there's this story about the children that are trapped here, they have to make these towers of stones as, like, a prayer, and then there's this monster that wanders around knocking the towers of stones over. So that's sort of what it's going for. It's like, this is... It's meant to evoke the idea that there's, like, the lost souls of children in this area. But, like, when they do it in Archdragon Peak, they also have it, but there it's like, it's also just like a prayer thing. Like, you stack stones as a form of prayer. Hello, Pablo. Let's look at some isopods. Actually, hang on. I mentioned the
Sophie,
Healing
what
Church's
are those
uniform.
little worms?
They're little sea lice or something.
Whoa.
I mentioned last time that the Healing Church robes used to be red, and I showed off some concept art and the cut guy who looks like Anthony Hopkins. I'll actually, you can still see them kind of in old Yharnam. I'll just whoop there. Sin, do you remember what the Church of the Good Chalice is now?
It's that church that's good, and it has a
Yeah.
chalice.
Good enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
For anyone just joining us, this channel's been described as better than Vardy. It's the one that's good. Thank you.
The one that's good.
Yeah. There's some... Here we go. I keep forgetting you can't zoom in properly with the monocular like in other games. See how there's people in red and they're like hung upside down?
Yeah.
That, actually, we can just go up here, can't we? I think that's probably the old Healing Church uniform. Because you see them in red elsewhere. And that's probably the closest we get to an actual in-game 3D model of it. Also, it's much easier to see before the sun sets. Also, a lot of the background scenery you see in Yharnam is just the old Yharnam map copied and pasted over and over again. So if you like use a FreeCam mod or you look in a map viewer, the skyline is just like old Yharnam over and over and over again. It's like extender.
Which FromSoft game has the best rats? Good question.
Oh yeah, I reckon Dark Souls 2 because it's got 2 different rat covenants.
That's right.
Sin, what game do you think had the best rats in it?
Or
What?
Iguazu, the best rat.
Oh, true. Yes.
Yeah. Gee.
So hang on.
You know, for a little while, my entire personality was just Armored Core.
Yeah, now it's just Space Marines.
Space Marines, yeah.
Yeah, that.
Sometimes I find myself thinking, like, why did Michigan join Bellum when Bellum is clearly inferior? I think he was, like, bored maybe in retirement and really wanted to make a difference and build up an inferior team. So, like, prove a
Right,
point,
okay.
maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Mean old Michigan. Want to see something
Which
cool?
game?
You can just trigger those with any fire elemental attack, so you can just hit them with a fire elemental weapon and they just go off.
Woo! That's cool. Go off, Queen.
Also, yeah, another...
Oh, yeah.
Very cool.
Confusingly, another astral clock face. I guess they're just a normal thing in Yharnam.
Which Souls game has the worst dogs?
Ooh,
I think Bloodborne does.
yeah.
The Bloodborne dogs creep me out a lot.
Yeah, they don't look well.
One time, but Sekiro has the huge chickens.
Oh god,
I
yes.
don't remember what those birds are called, but one time we watched a video on YouTube where you had to guess the game from the Steam review,
Yeah.
and one of the reviews was I got out and I immediately got mauled by a chicken, and I guessed it was Sekiro, and it was right. Elden Ring. I haven't played Elden Ring, but I imagine it also has vicious dogs, yeah.
Does Defiled Watchdog count?
Oh,
That's a pretty bad
yeah.
dog, I gotta say. Yeah.
It definitely counts. I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah.
He is the worst dog.
And yeah, here's the old Yharnam River, which it's sort of hard to see because you have to go down really low, but there's actually a river running through a valley in the middle of old Yharnam.
Wow.
That's right,
Yeah.
there's a bridge.
Yeah. So even though Sena's like drunk and half asleep, she's still more interested in this than like anything else we've talked about.
Which game has the worst spiders?
Bloodborne.
I would say Quelaag is the worst spider.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how people
there's a
with
part in some
arachnophobia deal
of
with that.
the Chalice dungeons have those like constantly spawning spiders.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And those are the worst spiders, I agree.
You know what's the worst for me? I still have the image when you're in the nightmare, you walk into a room and there's like those fucking spiders hanging off the ceiling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still not over that.
The
That's,
Australia room.
Yeah, the Australia
Australia
room. Just Sophie's room.
But that's not even a joke. Like, you've seen the shit that lives in here.
I've seen it. It's not. Oh my
Yeah.
god! And the other day when we were talking, Sophie's like, "Look, there's another one in my corner," and she's showing me. Literally, there's like a fucking spider above her head that's like the size of my face.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, "Yeah, no, they're friendly." Yeah, okay.
Oh, hey, I haven't burned the thing yet. I can do the beast singing, maybe. Maybe. If I can be bothered. So, this, yeah, there used to be a lamp here. That's a little piece of trivia for you. I guess before they came up with this, yeah, fascinating. before they came up with this little set piece, there was like a little... There's kind of a lamp in the middle here instead of the crucified beast. But yeah, this is the place. I talked about it a little bit in the Lawrence episode, but if you run through here and you don't aggro the beasts, and you just kind of hang around listening, it has to be before this is burned, because once it's burned, they start walking into it. And that aggroes them, but you can hear them singing. It's this sort of like, it doesn't really have words, it's just this like sort of lowing, like hymn that they're all singing together. And it's like, yeah. So they do actually, they're not mindless, like they do actually have some sort of like culture. And they understand these concepts. Yeah, anyway, there's the river. There's actually a lot of, like, you can see, there's like lot of watery like places in Old Yharnam. Old Yharnam has a fully modelled sewer system that you basically never see, but it's just kind of there. Should be basically. Yeah, there's like a, I guess like a little reservoir or something here. I was friends with a guy who wanted to do like a big Bloodborne fan comic, and he was going to have the Healing Church them infecting Old Yharnam with the beast thing by poisoning the water supply, which I thought was clever because it sort of ties into the stuff that's in the game. Yeah.
Very clever.
Yeah. Actually, there's some interesting like Old Yharnam got Old Yharnam's layout didn't really change, but they basically just got it and rotated it 90 degrees at one point. So its layout's the same, but the way it connects to the rest of the world is different. What else can we show off? I'm back where I started. The best look at the sewer system is kind of round... Oh, I've got to get rid of the scratch paste. Yeah. There's like a whole... it's very, very hard to see. It's easy to see in a map viewer. But there is like... You can look down and there's little drains and things that have... like sewer tunnels and things. And they're just... Yeah, like there. Yeah, there. Like there's a full... There's a sewer system in Old Yharnam that it's never used. I don't think it has collision. I don't know if this was an old pathway through it. But yeah, they really went all out. Designed like this whole undersection. And this literally could just have been filled in with brick and nothing would change. But there is, yeah. That's the Old Yharnam sewer system. There's a lot. Yeah, look at that. Like, there's this bridge. Some scaffolding. Like, you can imagine there's like a ladder down there. Like, it looks like... Yeah, looks like they kind of over-designed and then removed parts later on. Because this would have been one of the... I think the oldest parts are like this and Hemwick would be the oldest parts of the game that they worked on initially and kept as they were, but...
Makes sense that it would be an unused pathway. Like, why they designed it so much. You probably went through it.
Like this here, if you like, this is a bit odd that there's just this sort of dead end thing with some rocks. But if you get the old map from the exhibition that we've shown, there is a path that goes through there, and it like led around to a different place. And then I don't know why they changed it. A lot of the changes seem to be to do with loading.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's possible that is actually the scaffold you're on before. Yeah, because this place is like, it doubles back around on itself a bunch. But like... Oh, is it? I don't... Yeah, it is actually. Yeah, that's outside that shortcut area. Go back up. But like underneath there's this whole like... Yeah, again, like this little archway there. And a little path. it's like there's this whole like you could almost have this work like New Londo and have it like you drain it and explore the bottom of it, and it's just never used. Like something they talk about a lot in the Elden Ring interviews is they talk about what they call adjusting the tempo. And if you'll notice, like a lot of Elden Ring, there's quite a lot of things in it that just sort of exist to save time. Like there's warp gap. Like Terrell's Altair hasn't played it, and Sin doesn't like it. But anyway, Elden Ring's got things like there'll just be a really long bridge, or like a place that's like walkable but kind of far away, and they'll throw in a little teleport thing so you don't have to do the walk. And I think that's what they mean by adjusting the tempo. That like, and like we talked yesterday about the clinic initially being a much bigger space that they just sort of like they progressively cut back. And I feel like maybe that's what they were doing with Bloodborne, that like they thought about the tempo and they thought about maybe they wanted like a sort of more fast-paced like kind of frantic horror thing, so they just started making the areas smaller and smaller as they did it.
There's talk of the poison swamps in the chat, and the Valley of Defilement is definitely underrated with how bad it is.
Oh god, yeah. Yeah, no, Valley of Defilement's
it's so,
like
it's so bad.
It's but that's why we remember it.
That's right.
Yeah. I talk about this a lot with bone wheel skeletons, where like everyone hated the bone wheel skeletons in Dark Souls, but they kind of loved to hate them, and they were a meme, and everyone was like laughing about how shit the bone wheels were and how annoying they were and how unfair it all was. And then they decided in 3 to make the bone wheels like fairer, and they're just nothing. They're just not memorable at all. It's just like there's some bone wheels hanging around in a corridor, and you can just like snipe them and move on, and they have no impact. Bloodring wants to know, Altair, if you think you'll ever play Elden Ring.
So I've actually started it.
Oh, okay.
And I hit a wall. I can't get past the first boss, and I don't really know what to do next.
Godric.
Like
Margit?
No. Yeah, Margit.
Yeah.
But like I should start over with a different class because I picked like the deprived or whatever.
Oh,
it's called
okay,
in
right,
Elden Ring.
yeah.
But it's just that, you know, being open world as it is, it's not very clear what you should do. But also, I got farther than that with Sophie one time. And I am just, it's not just clicking with me very much.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but there's, I listened to the Neck Covenant lore videos, and I am fascinated by it, but for some reason the game is not clicking with me.
Right.
On a gameplay and visual level. I don't know why. But I'm still, you know, willing to continue it though.
Yeah.
I'm not giving up on it necessarily.
Yeah, that's something we talked about with Oh, actually, hang on. I might do the time skip thing. So what I'll do is I'll just download my old save data. Something we talked about last time was that even though all the Souls games, like to a degree, including like Sekiro and Bloodborne that don't have Souls in the name, they all play very, very similarly, and it's like the same engine and everything. The smallish differences mean the world to a lot of people. So we were talking about how like we had a lot of friends who just didn't want to play Sekiro because there was no character creator. And just the fact that was in there, that was enough to go, no, this isn't for me. And like I know a lot of people who like don't particularly my controller working. Has my controller desynced? My controller's desynced. My controller's been desyncing since yesterday. Hang on. I'll plug you back in where you work. Well, it's charging. That's
And also
something.
I saw just so much recycling also just in the few hours that I played that it kind of turned me off of it. But the same happened with Dark Souls 3 actually. I played through quite a bit of it, but the way I saw the recycling, not, I mean, I know that it wasn't, that it was being developed, you know, around the same time as other games that I do like, but I don't know, I saw Dark Souls 3 doing the Ludwig attacks, and I was like, I don't know if
Yeah.
this is for me. I just
No,
didn't click with Dark Souls 3 either. It's just, I don't know the logic, it's just going on vibes. I haven't clicked with Dark Souls 2, 3, and Elden Ring so far.
yeah, I remember when
Yeah.
the Elden Ring trailer came out and it showed off Malekith, and Sin and I were like, "Oh, hey, it's Ludwig again," and people were like, "How dare you say that about it's an entirely original character?
Yeah.
You're not judging," and getting really mad at us. And then the fight is literally just Ludwig, except he sticks to the wall. Right
Yeah.
down to even saying, like, essentially saying, "Ah, you were by my side all along," as he draws it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I know they're not new to recycling, and there's recycling in the games I like too. Um, but it's just I I feel like with the Souls games, I either got into it immediately or I didn't. And so,
Yeah.
like, the games that I really like Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Sekiro, I was like, oh my gosh, as soon as I started it, I was so intrigued. And then the others I played for a long while, and I couldn't get into it.
Yeah.
Not sure why.
So let's see if this works. Okay. Yeah, and like from I've been recycling stuff since the beginning. Like it's not in and of itself a problem. Like uh, I think literally their entire PlayStation 1 output uses the exact same engine. Like
Mhm.
Echo Knight, Shadow Tower, Kingsfield, and Armored Core, essentially it's the same thing, but Armored Core is third person. And you can kind of hover a little bit.
Mhm.
But yeah, they've been recycling stuff since the beginning. Like, it's normal. The issue is, like,
Yeah.
there are people who get so, like, personally offended if you point it out, as if, like, pointing out the recycling is saying it's bad, rather than, like, oh, look, that's that thing again. Especially in a series that, like, frankly makes a point toward its ending of deliberately making you think of things. Like when they start recycling like Gwyn's theme and stuff. Like it's meant to make you think of stuff, and it's like, well, that was epic though.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, we brought up this used to be like a sort of ramp instead of a ladder, and you can see. I don't know how well you can see it as we go down, but you can see the remnants of the ramp's shape as we go down because they leave this like kind of angled part in. There. See how it's like angled? That's the old ramp that you used to go down to get to whatever this area was before it was the cave. It's that part up there. That's the ramp. They just left it in there and it became the ceiling.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, sorry, just one more thing. Recycling isn't bad necessarily. I just got this feeling that it was hard to shake that Elden Ring wasn't that like innovative for, like, I got this feeling that it was like, gosh, there's so much that they reused, and like this game got so big, right? It was so popular, and I feel like it was the first game for a lot of people, and they did not played the games before, and so they didn't see the reuse, and it didn't bother them. But like for me, it bothered me a bit because I had already played through those things, and it doesn't always bother me. Like for example, Sector uses a ton of recycling in itself. It just repeats bosses, mini bosses and stuff. But I didn't particularly mind because the strengths of the game were other things to me, and I didn't really mind that the gameplay was not the best. But like, yeah, like I get that feeling about Elden Ring, and I haven't played it yet, obviously, but it's hard to shake.
Yeah, so like someone just
Strong
in the chat,
impression.
John, it's like I'm not saying that like the Malekith fight is literally just the Ludwig fight, that Malekith is actually just Ludwig. It's just like there's so much Ludwig DNA in it that not like there are people who just straight up don't want to address that happened. And also, like, we were talking about trailers, and it's like, if you're going off a trailer, you get like 5 seconds of footage of something. So you're probably going to say, oh, yeah, it kind of looks like something else. But people were just so mad. And I think the thing about, like, the reuse is... We were saying there's nothing wrong with reusing stuff. It doesn't make it bad or anything. And you ultimately, like, if you're a small studio and you're making something as big as Elden Ring, you have to kind of reuse stuff. I think it's more a case of, like, if it's something you already have a pre-existing attachment to and then you see it somewhere else, it's sort of different than, like, reusing, like, a weapon animation or something. Anyway. But no, like, I don't think Malekith is just Ludwig again, but it's clearly, like, he's, like, 50% Ludwig fight with wall sticking. That's all. The same thing happens like when you discuss, if you discuss cut stuff and people think that if you talk about cut stuff, you're saying that, like, it's wrong, or, like, you shouldn't have been cut, or it should have been. It's like, no, you're just observing that, like, this used to be something else and they changed it. We had that discussion about Ligarius last time.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, to say that, like, Ligarius is somewhat confusingly explained and articulated, it's just like an observation. It's not, fuck everything about this, you bunch of hacks.
Yeah. And also, it kind of feels... Ludwig is a good example of what I'm trying to say, but Ludwig knocked everyone's socks off. Like, it was so impactful, and it was this very impressive, very striking fight, this very striking idea. And, like, seeing it reused a ton of times is not... Like, it doesn't feel... It feels like it cheapens it a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah. Like I was saying about, like, it's the difference between reusing, like, the same wolf animations or the same, like, hitboxes or something versus reusing, like, something that's iconic to a specific character. Like, there's a difference there.
Yeah.
I just also don't have the Rune Workshop tools, so this is going to be meaningless. Anyway.
Yeah, there's definitely, like, hardcore people who think, well, if recycling is bad, so you're saying the game is bad, and it's not.
Yeah.
Not like that at all.
Because, like I was saying, From has been recycling and reusing since the PlayStation 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like the reuse of, like, the Gwyn stuff, the Gwyn's theme at the end of Dark Souls 3, it's a bit member berries. But also, like, I don't want to, like, get... When I'm critical of the end of Dark Souls 3, I'm aware they had a different idea, and for whatever reason it didn't work, and I don't know why it didn't work, and I don't know what the thought process was behind changing it, so I'm not holding them directly accountable for every decision. Like, for all I know, someone from Bandai showed up and made them do it. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, regardless of who made that decision and under what circumstances it were made, I don't particularly like it. But I'm not mad at them for doing it. Yeah, Sunny Celestial, people are mystifying the development process to, like, make themselves feel better about stuff, and I think it's particularly galling from my perspective talking about these games where I literally have, like, piles and piles and piles of, like, just stuff from the games where they directly, like, note, yeah, we changed this thing, we did this thing differently, we did this thing differently, and people will just sit there and argue till they're blue in the face that actually everything was planned out ahead of time, and, like, it wasn't. They want it to be, like, yeah, they want it to be this mystified process where everything is this, like, Da Vinci Code that they're dealing with, and it's like, it's really not, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we were saying yesterday.
Alright. I'm doing the time manipulation stuff we did another year. I'm not going to do all of it because it takes goddamn forever, but, Okay, so Dark Souls 3, what was Dark Souls 3 quote-unquote supposed to be? So, the answer is, like, this is also true of all of them when they talk about there being, like, an original story. None of these games really have, like, what you would call a quote-unquote original story per se, in the sense that there was, like, a finished draft that was, like, done and ready to go, and then they changed it. It's more like they iterate on concepts, and what we end up with at the end of the day is where they were at that point in that iterative process. And the thing about Dark Souls 3 is, like, there is so much stuff that is removed from the game that points toward, like, it being this... One of the ideas they were playing with is it's just straight up apocalyptic. Like, it's not, oh, the Ashen Ones are coming to link the fire. It's like, actually, the world's just fucking ending now. Everything is burning. Like, the sun is this massive... It looks like the Ringed City. It's, like, that kind of aesthetic. It's, like, looks like it's almost post-apocalyptic stuff. And none of that actually makes it in. And instead, you get the one we get now where it's, like, Soul of Cinder shows up, who is, like, for reference, Soul of Cinder is just a, upscaled player model. Like, that's why it was just, like, that was not supposed to be a boss. That is, like, just a player model made slightly bigger and given a different moveset. Yeah, so there's this whole thing, but what ultimately happened is, and I've gotten a little tired of having to correct this when it's brought up. People look at all the things that were cut from Dark Souls 3 and they say, oh, put that together and it's like the original story of Dark Souls 3. And it's not. These are just ideas that they had during the development of Dark Souls 3. It's not a single, complete original story. To the point where, like, some of these things couldn't possibly happen in the same story. Like, you can't have Yharnam and what's his name? Wolnir and, like, all these characters simultaneously be the boss of the same area. Like, it doesn't work. But that's sort of... So the one that bucks the trend by actually having something I'd consider an original story is actually Dark Souls 2. Because that was a case where it got far enough into development that they had a, like, something resembling a, like, actual almost finished story that did get removed. But Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne, like, they're just riffing on ideas. It's like, what if this happened? Well, what if this happened instead? Well, what if this happened? What if this happened? And that's kind of like that's the design methodology that they're using. So there's not, like, an original story for 3. There's not, like, an original story for Bloodborne. There's just stories they didn't use. That, you know, we don't know what parts would have survived and they cut them because they weren't working or for technical reasons or whatever. Like, we talked a little bit about this last time, that, like, Byrgenwerth was fucking massive originally. It was huge. it was like there was no lake, and these big walls, like it had walls around it, like a like a real sort of self-contained university campus, and went all the way around, and like the lecture hall was where the lake is, and like the observatory dome was on top of the lecture hall rather than where Willem is, and just all of this stuff that's totally different to what it is now. And yeah, like that. Who knows why they changed it? A lot of the changes in the game we've talked about, like them using what they call adjusting the tempo, is like a reason they change things. They've changed things. But I'm going to explode in a sec. Oh no, okay, good. Some of it's loading issues, like just if an area isn't loading properly, you can like remove it and put it somewhere else so it gives it time to load. Like that's why the cleric beast bridge door is shut. Things like that. Getting the suck. And like I can tell you that like there's older versions of this map where that's not here, but it's one of the blue celestial things, and then they kind of change where the blue celestials are and put them somewhere else, and it's like this just they're just riffing on the idea. There's not like Miyazaki walks in with some like leather-bound tome and is like, Bloodborne, it works like this. Anyway.
Okay, Sophie, it's almost midnight here and I'm like falling asleep. So I'm gonna go. This was fun. Good talk, good Bloodborne.
Okay. Yeah. Have you had a good birthday?
Yes, yeah, it was very fun. Very, very good. Don't forget to check out Math's coffee. She does the good work for the wiki as well as Sophie and other people as well.
Thank you for being there, Sin. Have a good rest.
Guys, thank you,
Bye.
thank you, and yeah, see you later. Bye.
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 So if you wonder why like Bergenworth has a shortcut system, but the shortcuts are like 10 seconds away from each other, it's because this used to be way bigger. Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to point out like before Noah said I'm in the same time zone and tapping this from bed. Noah filled in the questionnaire and shared a very cool project.
Oh, cool, yeah. Okay, if you do the questionnaire now, I'll just deal with the goddamn ROM fight.
Yeah. I'll be right there. Sorry, let me find the links and everything. Okay. It's called the Bloodborne Atlas.
All right.
And it's a map of Bloodborne that is formed with a certain logic, like it starts from the nightmare areas and connects them to the areas that are something of in between, like Cainhurst and what was it? Sorry, I'm quite tired today as well. And it's a map that connects the various areas of Bloodborne, depending on how you get there. You know, this area connects to this one, and this area connects to this one, and it's a really cool. It's a really cool map. Especially I liked the part of the chalices. I really enjoyed the connections between them. Oh man, you're dealing with a lot here on this.
That's okay. I want to see if I
Oh
could
my
get Yuri to
gosh.
fall into the... Oh, she didn't jump. You can sometimes get Yuri to follow you in. The way this works,
Oh,
actually, if people are curious, is that is a fatal fall. Like, you can see it killed the Garden of Eyes. What happens is, as you fall, it... It's... Do I have any bold? I don't have any bold. Okay, I'm just stuck down here now. I don't care. As you fall, it makes you temporarily invincible,
oh,
and then it makes the temporary invincibility go away when you get to the bottom. Right. Like, so the ROM fight can happen, but that only applies to the player and other NPCs that are, like, on your team. So if a monster jumps over or Yuri jumps over, it's not activated for them, and they just fall to their death.
wow. So I'll start reading Noah's questionnaire. So I'll just read the questionnaire without answers first, just so you guys have an idea. My name is. I have been playing Bloodborne since. My favorite aspect of the game is. My favorite build weapon is. My favorite Bloodborne memory is. Anything to share with the community. But these are the questions. Before I read your responses, I will give you my answers briefly.
Okay.
I've been playing Bloodborne since 2016. My favorite aspect of the game is tough. I would say it's the gameplay, just because Bloodborne plays so fluidly to me. It's just so it's so satisfying to play. But I really love all about it. I love the lore. I love the atmosphere. My favorite build or weapon, probably the Shikage. It's a lot of fun, I think. I know that it's a plain sword, but the damage is awesome. My favorite Bloodborne memory is that would have to be my discoveries that I've contributed to the community, and I actually made a Reddit account to share a chalice dungeon that is still used a lot to this day. It has a lot of chalice materials. But I think my favorite memory of gameplay was the very first time that I was invaded.
Yeah.
I was playing co-op in the Forbidden Woods with a friend of mine. It was my first playthrough, and I summoned my friend, and I got invaded in the Forbidden Woods. And I was panicking because I could barely play. I had just started, and I didn't know what to do. And what happened is that I was on top of a cliff, and my invader was under me, and I just killed them by jumping attacking. And it was hilarious.
Yeah. I
And
remember I got
that's
invaded the first time, like, I was playing Dark Souls 1. This is not a Bloodborne question. But when I was playing Dark Souls 1, I, like, didn't know what was and wasn't an NPC. So I got invaded by Kirk. And I did not know that Kirk was an NPC. Because I'm like, well, obvious, who would call their character Kirk? Because it just seemed like such a weird name for a knight. Like an NPC character that you would call them Kirk in this fantasy series. So I just assumed Kirk was just some guy who kept bothering me, and then I realized, no, that's actually an NPC.
That's fun. Are you stuck there?
No, I eventually fell off. I'm trying to get Yuri to fall down, but it's not working. If I aggro Rom, then the boss fog appears and she won't follow me through, so I may as well just do that. So she can probably just take us. I was trying to figure out how I'm going to do this with Damien, and I'm like, Rom is like... She's not a very good boss, I'm sorry. It's quite annoying.
I agree. I do
Yeah.
not like her fight at all.
The thing is, it's like... The first phase, I think, is fine. The problem is when the meteorites show up. Because you end up in this situation where your choices are you can clear up the spiders before you fight Rom, but if you do that, the meteorites are going to hit you. So if you run toward Rom to stop her from hitting you with the meteorites, the spiders get you. So it's like it's a lose-lose. It's a lose-lose situation. Like, it's really not... Like, it's the opposite of Phalanx, because with Phalanx is slow and doesn't have any ranged attacks. So you can... Because this fight is just... It's Phalanx, but faster. So, like, with the Phalanx fight, it works because Phalanx is very, very slow and doesn't have the ability to hurt you from a distance. Whereas Rom... Rom is not necessarily fast, but the spiders are very fast, and she has this ranged attack that can hit you anywhere because there's no obstacles or cover in the arena. So, it's like, what do you even do?
I know. If some of you may know that my favorite thing to do with Bloodborne was my level 4 challenge, and one time, so I recorded on my channel this series where I fought all the Chalice bosses with 1 HP, so I couldn't get hit. And Rom is by far the hardest fight of all of them.
Yeah.
Because of that exact reason, you can't clear the spiders without being at risk. And you can't stay close to her without being at risk with the spiders.
Yeah.
So the way that I actually did that fight at level 4 in the FRC chalices was I used an upgraded saw cleaver and hit her head to build up beasthood, and then I attacked her. And I skipped phase 2 and 3. Like, I hit her so hard that she got delayed in phasing, and then when she got to phase 3 and had all the spiders around, she only had a couple hits left. Otherwise, it's impossible, I feel.
I weirdly feel like I kind of prefer the Chalice version because at least there's the pillars in the arena.
That's true.
Yeah, that you can kind of use as cover. Okay, so what I've done is I've killed I've killed Rom and activated Queen Yharnam, but I still haven't beaten Gascoigne yet. So I'm gonna do the daytime Yaha Ghul thing just because it's kind of cool to show off. So.
Cursed Amygdala is actually not that hard if you know what you're doing. And it's the thing is that it's a matter of learning the moveset. And then in phase 3, when she has her arms detached, you have to stay under her. And there's like a way to... there's a way to never get hit by her jumping. If you stay under her and you move in a certain way, when she jumps, you will never get hit. But that's like the secret to beating Amygdala. Otherwise, if you stay out of her range, those arms will get you, and it's so frustrating. And I actually have a character that I made. It's called Amygdala. That I made specifically to co-op in the Defiled Chalice and help people kill Defiled Amygdala. And she uses the Moonlight Sword. the Holy Moonlight Sword to shoot beams from afar, and because the hosts they don't know usually to stay under her, and so if you have to stay far from her, like the Holy Moonlight Sword is kind of the only thing that you can do, the shooting the beams from afar.
Yeah,
It's the best tactic, I think, to
I used
stop.
executioner's gloves.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, because
Arcane
that
build is the way to go.
arcane completely wrecks defiled amygdala. Anything that's ranged, but anything that's melee is like gonna have a terrible time.
Yeah, when I play melee, I wait for her head to be exposed. But then like I knew about the strat of being under, and that's how I got through.
Which game has the best moonlight? Question from John.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I have a bias, but Bloodborne to me,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just the fight that comes with it.
Yeah, because they
is
make
so...
it. They actually make it part of the plot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if we're talking about like references and reuse and stuff, like, even if you don't know the Moonlight Sword is a recurring thing in Bloodborne, it makes perfect sense and has a whole lot of impact when it shows up.
Absolutely. And I feel like it's so easily missable in the other games I've played.
Yeah. Like I remember finding it in Armored Core 1. That was the first time I knew what the Moonlight was, and it was like incredible because it's like a mech game, and then suddenly I have a sword that's shooting lasers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it keeps
the three guys
theme
we just did
magic.
The video on. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, no, just saying that, it keeps the theme of the sword being magic, and here it's arcane. Yeah, the executioner gloves and the Moonlight Sword are fantastic for defiled amygdala.
Yeah.
What do you think about arcane mechanically in Bloodborne? I don't know. I haven't done that many arcane builds. I love the concept, but I don't know how efficient it is compared to pure melee. It's just you have such a connection to like the elemental weaknesses, and like there's a lot of resistance of fighting Orphan of Kos with it. Yeah. the absolute misery of Orphan of Kos with an arcane build. I tried that, yeah. The thing that I can say about it is that it's a pain to farm for gems. It just is not as efficient as strength or skill, I think. Yeah, of course, just to clarify, I'm talking about PvE, because I don't play PvP in Souls games. It's just not for me.
Yeah, same.
So I'm talking about PvE. I don't know for PvP, the skill is overpowered because it has the viscerals.
Yeah.
You know, it's such a huge advantage to have. Strength may have more brute force damage, but skill has the viscerals, which is a huge thing going for it. Ludwig's Holy Blade is so good. Might be. I love the Shikage because I love the novelty of it, sorta. But the Ludwig's Holy Blade is my go-to weapon. Whenever I do quality, or like it's my go-to intermediate weapon and my final weapon for quality build.
So we're now in Central Yharnam, and it's the Red Moon, but I haven't beaten Gascoigne yet. For people who are confused about what's going on. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to beat Gascoigne, and that will reset the time.
Oh.
And it'll reset it to being the the evening. But I've already unlocked Yahar'gul, so we'll be able to go to the upper part of Yahar'gul in the evening. Like before you're supposed to... Oh, actually, no, I promised I'd do Upper Cathedral Ward, didn't I? Okay, hang on. How am I going to do this? I've got the key. How do I get through there? Yeah, hang on. I am actually going to... Hang on. Okay, I can do this. I'm trying to remember how I did this mentally. Because some places get closed off and you can't open them again. See,
yeah,
Arcane is like...
are great.
The thing about Arcane and Bloodborne is it's not... I don't so much care about the damage, it's the arcane tools. Because they are like... They can be quite broken against PvE. Because a lot of the things just aren't set up to deal with them, so you can just snipe shit with the Black Sky Eye and it doesn't know what to do.
That's true.
Other thing is that the Black Sky Eye, it fires literally from the character's eyeball, which means that you can fire it and it will... You can fire it over walls and things that are up to your character's neck, when if you tried firing a gun, it wouldn't go through them. It would just hit the wall and stop. So you can use it to snipe stuff in really weird ways.
That's right. I remember using the Black Sky Eye and enemies not knowing how to react.
Yeah. I
really
remember
cool.
also the Gatling gun. Like, there's the Keeper of the Old Lords. Okay, this is how I think it's working. If you look at the way the AI is set up, most things, if you hit them with, if you shoot them once, they'll dodge out of the way, but they won't dodge out of the way a second time. So what happens is you can get, like, Keeper of the Old Lords is a really good example. If you start playing the Keeper of the Old Lords fight with the Gatling gun, and you just point the Gatling gun and hold L2, the Keeper will dodge the first shot and then just stand there. And the remaining, like, 19 bullets worth of stuff will just spray the Keeper, and they will just sit there being stun-locked to death, and they won't know what to do.
Wow.
Yeah.
Any way to get the church pick or amygdala arm early? I don't... How do you get the church pick again? I don't remember that.
It's one of the guys in the
badge?
cell. It's one of the guys in the cells in the DLC, isn't it? Before, like, after Ludwig and before the research hall. That's how I remember it. I have not played this game for 2 years.
Wait, church pick. So I wanted to talk about the church pick because it is fantastic. Let me see. Yeah, yeah, in one of the cells that you open with the underground cell key. So
Yeah.
after Simon dies, right?
No, it's the cell key that you get in the in the
Yeah, it
research
gives
hall,
you
not
the
the one from
braid.
Simon. Oh yeah, hang on. This is a weird thing you can't normally see. Erden Chapel, door closed. We can't go through it because we've gotten him backwards.
No, you can't get it uncanny in a chalice because to get the DLC weapons, you have to first find them, and then you'll be able to buy the
Yeah.
uncanny and lost in the messenger bath. But you can't find it early. You have to be Ludwig. But like one time I did a just short thing. I did a build that was meant to be a cosplay of the Factor Antal to help with Parl, and I did like a level 20 run with the church pick, and it massacred the bloodletting beast. I remember that in the Chalice dungeons, it just destroyed it. The church pick is fantastic.
Okay, there's another little detail here. I don't know if Sin and I have ever talked about this, but like, if we go down here. So this is where they have sealed off old Yharnam. Right. So if we go down into here, and there's a Scourge Beast in here. There it is. Go away. Now, these are the incense urns, right, that they use to ward off beasts. But if you hit these ones, they're empty. So if you hit the other ones, they all have bones in them, because that's what the incense is from. These ones are empty because the incense is burned out, and that's why the beasts are up here.
Oh.
Yeah, they've lots of little tiny details that they've thought through. So I've taken this overcomplicated. Actually,
Sorry.
hang on. I've taken this overcomplicated way to get to blood-starved beast, which I didn't need to do, because I could have gone through Parl's arena.
Oh.
Might actually be quicker to do it this way anyway. Now that I've unlocked it. Actually, we'll do it this way so you can see the back of the old Yharnam door, because it's one of those things that like you don't normally get to see. Oh yeah, so like about the DLC and the chalices, there's references in the guide to like DLC uncanny weapons and like new kinds of gem and runes and things being found in the chalices, and they're not. Like they don't show up, they're not there. And I think it's a case of like they wanted them to be in there and just couldn't get it working. Because that's also in the base game guide. They mention boss rush dungeons and what they call spider dungeons, and those things don't exist anymore. But they're in the official guide.
I remember the olden days of people looking for guidance tier 3
fucking
in
hell.
IST.
Yeah, I remember Redgrave did that.
Has anyone found it yet? And it wasn't there.
By the way, if anyone hears someone complain about our Lawrence video, tell them Redgrave agrees with it, because he does.
Yeah, they're sold in any messenger
Yeah.
bath.
If you've
So
unlocked the weapon,
any
yeah.
woman.
If you've unlocked the DLC weapon, it's for sale in the messenger baths, in the chalices, or from patches. But that's all. Like, you can't actually
Yeah.
they never figured out how to change the way that like treasure drops or chests or anything worked in the chalices. So yeah, here we go. Oh, actually, hang on. I'm going to show a little oddity with Parl a lot of people don't know. And oh, actually, I can't. Fuck it. Parl is one of the few bosses who reacts to pungent blood cocktails for some reason. Like, you'd think most bosses should really react to them because they're beasts, but no. But Parl will chase pungent blood cocktails. No idea why. It's like Parl, blood-starved beast, and that's kind of it. So like Cleric Beast, Amelia, they don't give a shit, but Bloodstarved Beast and Parl, they love pungent blood cocktails and no one knows why.
Maybe they just forgot to make all of them react.
Well, in version 1.0, Parl doesn't react to them. It's very, very weird. This will also make Jira non-hostile if we do this, because the trigger, I think, literally is Parl's boss arena is what makes Jira non-hostile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carl is like the Loran Dark Beast is another fight that is hell at low levels.
Oh, Beast Possessed Soul possibly follows them. I'd have to double check. But I know of like the story bosses, it's just I think it is literally just Bloodstarved Beast and Parl and no one else. There was that
Why does Parl have a name? We don't know that.
Yeah, it's weird because like Parl, I think it's just their name is Parl. Because people like, is Parl Archibald? And I'm just thinking, like, if it was Archibald, it would be called Dark Beast Archibald, surely.
Yeah.
Being to myself, I was just here. Hang on. And this sometimes you can see the head sort of pokes out of the door, so I can't see it sometimes. Sometimes you just see like the Scourge Beast's head kind of half jammed out of the door before it jumps out. Now realizing I haven't brought Alfred with me. But, you know, we'll see. On level, like, I don't think Bloodstarved's going to be that difficult, but I still find it, like, quite... Bloodstarved Beast is the only boss I've ever no-damaged. But I still find it kind of a crapshoot.
Huh.
Oh, here's something I was going to bring up before, so you might go past here and think, oh, there's a unique Scourge Beast here with red eyes, right? Notice it's not... Now they're turning red. That's not that Scourge Beast. It is actually because of this thing. When that does its screaming, the scream that you hear, that's what turns the eyes red. It's like a buff. But it's used so infrequently in the game that people kind of don't notice it's there.
Oh.
see how this goes. I'm doing this so I can unlock up a cathedral ward. Like, there is a method to this this madness. Bad news, I've forgotten how to parry. Oh, I didn't have a gun equipped, that's why.
Yeah.
I feel like the poison is a little fast in Bloodborne, even the slow one.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. It's about as fast as Toxic is in Dark Souls, which is, like, quite fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Particularly in this fight, where it's like if you're poisoned and you can't fix it right away, you're kind of screwed. Okay, that wasn't that.
Well, if you're wondering why Parl has the name, also wonder, like, what I wonder about is why he's there. What is it doing there? Like, is the Loran Dark Beast?
Because they talk.
in
There's a bunch of
Yharnam?
Spark Hunter stuff in Yharnam. So I suspect,
There's a
like,
bunch
it's something.
Of, sorry?
Spark Hunter stuff. Like, there's the Tonitrus,
Oh.
the tiny Tonitrus, and gems with, like, bolt effect. So I think it's like the Spark Hunters were fucking around in Yharnam at some point, and Parl's something to do with that. Because it mentions that, like, the Spark Hunter methodology was similar to the methodology of Bergenworth.
Uh-huh.
Which is, like... That sort of makes
Experiment
sense.
on live test subjects.
Yeah.
It's still, how did they bring him there? It's so strange.
Well, there's this theory that, like, you see, there's, like, this tunnel out of the cells that leads to where Parl is, and it's like, did Parl transform in the cells and tunnel out?
Oh.
But also, like, Parl's dead, so who knows?
Well, he's a dark beast, and he might be a pile of bones, but he's undead? I don't know.
Well, he drops the Spark Hunter badge, so presumably, like, he either was or ate a Spark Hunter.
Yeah. I just wonder if dark beasts are meant to be specific to Loran or not. Well, since they're called Loran dark beasts, I think they might be.
Yeah.
Just a variety of beasts that was in Loran.
Yeah, because there's the Loran Silver Beast and then the Loran Dark Beast. So there's just, like, different kinds of beasts in Loran. Also, that's sort of what I was talking... You can't see because I forgot the monocular, sorry. But see, there's the plaza, like, round plaza area where you fight the two Yharnam hunters, and there's a well in the middle. And you can see there isn't a well. It's like a gargoyle statue. And off in the distance... there is, like, a sort of... You can't see it very well, but there's, like, a wooden scaffolding behind all the fog. And that's, like, the old way to get to Yharnam. You can also see from here, there's the abandoned old workshop. And there's, like, the big tree in the workshop, and they're there. But if you place coins in the workshop and then look at it from a distance, they're actually kind of over there. So they've rearranged this area slightly. And it gets quite noticeable if you're trying to line everything up. Anyway, let's go through here. Almost there. These two guys go away. Great.
About the winter lanterns, I agree with Jared. Like, I think that they are manifesting as something that's familiar to us and is connected to the dream. But just keep in mind that there are no explanations for some things, and it's just anyone's best guess. So
No, well, the lanterns, though, you find them in the hamlet where Maria is, like, leaves the Rakuyo. So it's like there's something to do with, like, what happened. You know, in, like, in the Nightmare Frontier, there's the crawler things, and they kind of look like Cos. And then when they open up, they have, like, the messengers inside.
The messengers.
Yeah. So it's like, you can sort of look at those as, like, that's created from what happens to Cos. Like, it creates these monsters Oh, hey, Meph. Hey, you made it. Hey. It's very, very early where Meph is, so I messaged her to say, like, this is the times we're doing it, and she made it, so I'm really happy. We're doing time zone stuff, by the way. But yeah, if you look at, like, the crawlers, it's like the crawlers look like they're supposed to be something that was created, like, when Cos was bisected and the child was taken out of her. They look like a little mini version of that. And when you look at the lanterns, like, they're looking over the well where Maria throws the Rakuyo. So it's like they're sort of like a manifestation of what happened to Maria. That's kind of how I take it, yeah.
Yeah, but it could also be that they're, bleeding into each other, the nightmares. Yeah. Like,
absolutely, yeah.
The way that that cause that the cause-like beings are in the frontier, and the winter lanterns are also in the hunter's nightmare. So and there's definitely, we know that Doll and Maria are connected. So there's also that. But about the moon presence, I think that the doll, we can interact with her in the dream because it's of the moon presence's power.
Well, the thing is, the doll keeps hanging around after the moon presence is gone. Like, that's the whole thing about what is sustaining all these nightmares and things. It's like something creates them, but once they're created, they're their own entity. They don't need to keep being sustained by something. On their own. Yeah. Absolutely. So, like, so we were saying last time about, like, the hunter's nightmare is just going to stay there. And, like, the hunter's dream, like, once you beat the moon presence, the doll is still there and you're still there. And, like, there's a new great one and everything. Everything stayed like it is, just the moon presence is gone. And Gurman's gone. And these things just keep going, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the nightmares are clearly influenced by each other and the events of reality.
Yeah, and, like, the doll will react to Maria. Like, when you get rid of Maria, the doll will notice it's happened. So she's not, like, something the moon presence is puppeteering. Like, she's her own entity, who the moon presence possibly, like... For all we know, she was technically created, like, Maria's spirit just ended up there as well, and the moon presence had nothing to do with it. Like, it's not really clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just assumed that she got animated as part of the dream being created by the moon presence. But then, she is her own entity. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's obviously the blood tendency, Meph says.
Oh, obviously.
Obviously.
We'll farm some bell sounds later on.
Need to farm more bells.
Oh, God. I like this here because they're around, these guys here, they will sometimes drop hunter's marks. If you look at them when they lie down, they look like a hunter's mark. Like, they have the arms spread out and, like, the legs have rotted away.
Yeah.
So it's kind of more reinforcing the hunter's mark is meant to look like a dead body. Also, for reference, like, I think we brought this up last year, we haven't brought it up this time. You may recognize this moveset, slowed down. This is Lawrence's moveset in phase 2 when his legs fall off. It's just this moveset, but like running 3 times as fast. Yeah. They just give him the drowned corpse moveset and speed it up. So if you're ever having trouble fighting Lawrence, fight these things. It's like an easy mode version, and you'll learn from that.
Yes. What's the consensus on the ship masts being visible in the Nightmare frontier as evidence of the fishing amulet being below, i.e. layered Nightmare argument? This from Soft plan for that. But we were saying yesterday that they knew they would, they were already thinking of getting a DLC, and they had elements of it in mind, so it's very likely that it was planned.
I mean, they specifically They specifically make it so you see the ship masts in the same place that if you look down, you can see the Hunter's Nightmare. So it's specifically calling out that, like, the things below are kind of poking up into the thing above. And, like we were saying, they knew they were getting a DLC with this. It wasn't sort of, like, agreed upon later on. So there's literally, like, parts of this are in the base game. Like, if you look at internally, they will just have on them, like, this is for the DLC. So they knew they were getting one. They maybe hadn't figured out exactly how they were going to do it, but they knew they were getting one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's why, like, the doll is completely left open with no real explanation or closure in the base game. Because, like, well, we can maybe do this another time. Like, we can fix her up later. Same thing about, like, we talked about this, but the Artorias of the Abyss stuff in Dark Souls 1, so much of that, like, Calamite, the time travel in Darkroot Garden, not necessarily meeting Dusk, but meeting, like, a younger version of a character you've already met. That's all stuff that they started and didn't finish. So it's like, it's the same situation where they knew they were going to get a DLC, so they, instead of either cutting that completely or rushing it, they just kind of, like, left it and finished it later. And the doll is an example of that. Because they knew they were going to get a chance at, like, finishing her later on, so she gets to be in the DLC. You know, when I first saw footage of Bloodborne, I was like, well, I'll never be able to beat Gascoigne. He just looks too hard.
Hard to tell the timeline of Bloodborne. You know, there are no precise clues.
I don't think, like, it doesn't have a timeline in the sense of having, like, defined years. Like, you don't really know how long it's been.
That's what...
Yeah.
That's what they were talking about.
Yeah.
Like, we know the order in which things happen.
The cause and effect is obvious, but, like, the closest I can come up with is, this is down to cut content, so, like, I don't care, whatever. Every time I bring up cut content, someone yells at me, but, like, there's a removed line from the gatekeeper where he's listing, like, he says, oh, it's been, this is again talking about iterative development. If you talk to the gatekeeper, like, he doesn't actually say how long it's been, but there's unused lines where it's like, oh, it's my first visitor in 5 years. It's my first visitor in 10 years. It's my first visitor in 20 years. It's my first visitor in 50 years. Like, he's reeling off all of these times because they hadn't really pinned it down yet. But the thing is that the one that actually gets subtitled is my first visitor in 20 years. So it looks like they had no real hard idea of what the timeline was going to be. Then they settled on 20, subtitled that, which is why it's subtitled and nothing else is, and then cut it completely. So it looks like I'd say 20 was where they kind of settled on before they removed any reference to time entirely. Anyway, we're now in Erden Chapel and the time has reset. Because the time... Someone asked about cutscenes masking loading. So the time changes... It doesn't change when you beat Gascoigne. It changes during that cutscene we just watched. So it is now the evening. But you'll notice we already have access to Yharnam and to Upper Cathedral Ward. So we can now explore those places with the evening skybox.
Yeah, I don't think, like, I think the bodies in the drowned corpses are one of those things that are just not that there's no explanation for, just
Yeah.
they're just there. I don't think it has any kind of explanation. Oh, Meth was asking if we have shown the Did You Know page
Not
on
yet.
stream,
Not
but
yet.
we haven't yet.
We haven't
Yeah.
yet. We might start soon because we're just over 2 hours in. Anyway, this is... Someone brought up not having a sky. This is what Upper Cathedral Ward looks like if you come here and it's not the red moon. There's just no sky. You could almost look at that and say it just looks really overcast, but there is literally no sky. It's all gone. It's just not loading. We can actually kind of demonstrate how this works if we go down here. This way. So this is where the map transition happens. So if we go down here, back out, you can see we've got a sky again. So if we turn around. Oh, you're ruining all the incense. That took ages. Okay. So, go here. Skies, you can see there's like the reddish, there's the afternoon sky, evening sky. Evening sky, clouds, nice red sunset. And as we go up through here, it completely disappears. Because this area does not have a sky for any time of day other than the red moon. So that was Upper Cathedral Ward. The thing I wanted to show off was Yharnam, because that's a much kind of like, it's a much more interesting place to explore at a different time of day, because it's a familiar place, but you end up in a version that's like got no enemies in it, and it's just sort of like a nice kind of sunset, and you're like, oh yeah, this is fine. I can vibe with this. Have you ever done time zone stuff, Altair? Or do you not have version 1.0?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So if we go...
I have the Game of the Year edition, so I'm not even sure that I have 1.0.
Oh, yeah. Because what this started off 1.0, I've patched the file and I'm playing it with Game of the Year inserted.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you can still get behind the clinic through some complicated thing involving like a Scourge Beast's grab attack pushing you through a wall, but if you've got 1.0, it's simpler to just vault over the coffins like you used to be able to. Anyway, look, it's Yharnam. But it's got no enemies, and it's just, maybe 5-6 p.m. So yeah, the items are still there. Annoyingly, the lifts don't work, so you actually can't get to One Reborn this way. Because the chapel, the door to where One Reborn is closes, and the lift that leads behind the door doesn't work anymore, so there's actually no way to get to One Reborn now. Which means technically the game is soft-locked. I don't care, because I can just reload it, but here we are.
The non-reborn.
Yeah. Also, I took me like 5 years to realize this was a shortcut, because I used to always run through there and do all the stuff that happens. And can you even open this? Okay. I used to air all this whole area here with like the guys in the cells and the hunters minions and the snipers and everything, and I'm like, and then I realized you can actually just walk off the side. You
Yeah.
just walk off the side and skip this whole area, and I don't even really know why it's here.
Oh, cool. Math, you're linking the page. Yeah, I was gonna
Oh yeah,
get it.
thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so this is what this area looks like if you're not having lasers shot at you constantly. Yeah, here is when you're normally kidnapped in Yharnam. You go down there and you can see, like, even I'm looking at it from the other direction, but the snatches are still there.
Oh, and the lamp is still there.
Yeah, yeah. Now, annoyingly, I don't think we can actually get in there because I think the door is non... Oh, no, the door... let's see if... Oh, well, it doesn't actually matter because you can go there normally in the afternoon anyway. So from that point onward, it just becomes normal Yharnam. But, yeah. It's like I'm saying, the game is functionally soft-locked at this point because we can't get to One Reborn from where we are. Because the door won't open because we've already triggered the red moon. And now we've untriggered it. And we can't get it back again. But anyway, that's Yharnam. During the afternoon. Actually, if you want, we can look at it during the night time. That might be nicer. Let's go kill Amelia. There's a whole stream up where I did, like, every possible permutation of this, and I had, like, Amelia and the Bloody Crow in the same fight and stuff like that.
Do they actually attack each other?
They don't aggro on each other, but they can hurt each other. It's like the first thing that happened in the fight is the Bloody Crow shot me but hit Amelia. And Amelia, like, got stun-locked. And, like, Amelia's doing her slam attack, and it's, like, hitting the crow, and the crow's just, like, getting stun-locked and not responding. It's a total clusterfuck.
How can Yargul be an unseen village when it's so big?
That's a very good... Actually, we can look at how you used to get into Yharnam and why it's unseen after we kill Amelia. Because again, it's one of those things that's like kind of obvious, but it's also not that often commented on. Because you can actually just see like where Yharnam was and how it all connected together. It basically TLDR Yharnam's just part of old Yharnam that they've really, really awkwardly stuck bricks over the door to. This is kill Amelia. I mean, like, diegetically, not from software. So you can see that there's a whole, like, one of the walls has what's clearly an arch in it, and it has a different brick texture under it. Where it's both clearly meant to be that they have plugged this archway up with bricks. Yeah, it's a weird wall. We'll find the weird wall in a sec. We're actually saying that, like, I was looking at my PS4 trophies, and 10 years to the day yesterday was when I first beat Vicar Amelia. Actually, this is the cutscene that, like, this kind of shows the development process. The reason you don't see Amelia's face is because that is a Bell Maiden with a white robe instead of a black robe. So, like, you don't see the face because she'd have, like, a horrible Pthumerian monster face. And that's because, like, there was no, like, human Amelia initially. She was just going to be in beast form. And I think she's probably going to be something like Ludwig, where they, like, locked her up in a basement, and that's what the Hemwick room was supposed to be. So this whole transformation thing is, the reason that's happening off camera is that there's no actual transformation. It's just the Amelia model and the Bell Maiden model just kind of, like, squishing into each other off camera with a light behind them to do this, like, shadow puppet effect. So it's like, yeah, it's actually quite creatively done. And like we were saying, the initial boss for this area would have been the Cleric Beast. I actually haven't fought Amelia for so long. This is amazing gameplay you're watching. I'm literally just playing this one-handed, tapping R1. She is pretty. She's a very pretty boss, I think, Amelia. Like, I think she actually works better as the boss of the cathedral because you get her in the moonlight with the sort of shafts of the silver moonlight coming off of her, like, white fur rather than her being in Hemwick. Anyway. So this will make it nice. This is, again, like, you'll notice Amelia's gone. It's still, if we go outside, it'll still be the evening sky. It'll still be the orange evening sky. If we look outside. See, it's still orange. What will actually switch that, it's not Amelia, it's the Lawrence memory. The map unloads and reloads during that. So now it's the evening. So now if we go back to Yharnam, Yharnam, unlike Upper Cathedral Ward, it gets all these skyboxes because you can technically visit this at other times of day. But that also applies to the upper part that you normally can't get to, so... There we go. This is actually really nice looking. It's got a really, really intense moon that sort of like shines through the statues. It's beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really,
That's
really
awesome.
nice. It's so good. And yet contrasts really nicely. Yeah.
What's the best cathedral fight in the series?
And it's got like, you can see like the sort of the cold blue-grey of the moon contrasts really nicely with the warm lighting inside. And I'm almost wondering, like, this looks way too intentional. Like, are you sure this was only supposed to be after the red moon? Because I'm starting to think. Maybe. Yeah, it's really nice, like the mist on the ground and everything.
Are there even amygdalas now?
No, they don't
Are
load.
they there?
They only appear after the red moon. So there's just nothing. But yeah, the moon is so intense here. Like, it's way more intense than really anywhere else in the game, and you never actually normally see this. This is only accessible by glitching. Yeah, like that. Where is Yharnam? I'll show you. I'll get there soon. So, yeah, I remember bringing this up last time we streamed a time manipulation thing, but, like, if you think about how people sort of depict Bloodborne and, like, fan art and stuff and what they kind of describe it as, it's this. It's, like, the city of Yharnam in the like, very cold grey moonlight. That doesn't really happen in the game, because the structure of the game is, as soon as the moon rises, you have nothing left to do in Yharnam, so you leave, and you go to Forbidden Woods. And you don't actually come back to Yharnam properly until the red moon's up. So this is actually like, even though this feels like kind of what you think of when you think of Bloodborne, doesn't happen that much. Yharnam is mostly during this sort of orangey sunset time, and then this horrible sort of off red, and then this is like this. So you don't normally see this. And it's kind of, I don't know. You like look up Bloodborne art on a fan art site, it's gonna look like this, probably, but the game kind of doesn't really look like this. So I'll show you where Yharnam is. Like that's like really in the way that like it shines through the statues and you get the really nice like shafts of light and everything. And this is a glitch. It feels too good to be a glitch. Also, like there's like a little gap in that house, the roof of that building. There's like a divot, and I don't know what the story. Like it got hit by something because it. What a strange place. You can still see this from below, yeah, but when you're below, you're like below, so you don't really get a proper look at the moon in the same way you can see it from up here because we're up quite high. Like when you're below, you're sort of in the streets, squished in by the buildings either side. You're not getting this like this sort of view of like the spires and the rooftops of Yharnam with the moon over them. Like you're seeing from down there, which is not really the same thing that we're seeing now. And yet, if you look at, like, on Bloodborne Wiki, there's plenty of stuff of, like, old kind of footage and old trailers and stuff for the game. And they do make Yharnam kind of look like this. Like, it does actually seem to be in this sort of kind of grey-blue moonlight. But then in the actual game, it's sort of... yeah, it's like the afternoon a lot of the time. Let's grab this in case I get killed on the way. Oh, look at that. It's got a little glitch. I got a little asterisk and told I couldn't use it. Okay.
Oh, that's cool. I was thinking that the blood moon is a surprise, right? Like they didn't put anything in the trailers.
Yeah.
Like the whole Eldritch part of it.
They had amygdala in the trailers, but that was it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so it's kind of supposed to show up in the game only and not in the... like, you're supposed to imagine Yharnam in the moonlight, but then... yeah. Behold, the pale blood sky shows up.
Yeah. So, hang on. I keep... thinking there's going to be those big masses of corpses and then realizing, no, we're back to a different time of day. It's not going to be there. Right, so let's just get rid of these things.
Can you see the moon from old Yharnam?
You can, yeah.
I don't remember. I think you can.
We can go there.
Yeah.
We'll go there after this because I can show you what the back of the door to old Yharnam looks like because you don't usually get to see it. Anyway, this is the archway I was talking about. There's so many dogs here.
That's the door.
Yeah. So this here, right? You'll notice that like it's actually harder to see at night because the blue. I've played myself. Oh no, you can see it better here. So see how there's like this really rough brickwork here, and if you step back, like that's an archway that's leading to a street. Like the whole of Yharnam is a street. Like you start here, if you imagine that, like, you're starting there and moving down the street, like, it's just this. It's just a very long street sort of slash, like, I guess a processional way that leads down to Advent Plaza, which is down there. Let's get rid of this pig first. Hang on.
Oh,
Okay. So Yharnam is literally just a very long street that leads to Advent Plaza. Oh, you can see it kind of there. This is maybe the best look you get at it. But yeah, that's, like, this is what Yharnam is. It's a street. And why am I bothering to collect these? What's happened is they've bricked off one end of the street. So presumably, like, all these carriages and things, like, they've brought all the people to Advent Plaza via this street. That's why they're all here. And then they've just bricked up the exit so no one can get out while the ritual's going on. And this guy, presumably he was trying to escape and then realized he couldn't because they bricked up the thing, and that's why he got caught. But that's what Yharnam is. It's like we're literally in Old Yharnam right now. Like, this is just part of Old Yharnam. Can I properly show off? Maybe I'm trying to think. There's ways you can see a little bit over that archway. And you can see there's, like, streets that continue past. Like, that's literally, they've just blocked this off so no one can get in or out. That's how they're trapping the people for the ritual. That's why there's these coaches here. Because they brought everyone here and then they just locked it off. Because otherwise there's no way for the coaches to get in. So that's what this is. Like, that's what Yharnam is. That's why it's hidden. It's hidden because they've literally just, like, blocked it off and said, nope, you can't get in or out anymore. And this is why we've now soft-locked the game, because that will not open until the Red Moon. But the Red Moon can't happen again because we've already beaten Rom and triggered the Yharnam cutscene. And you see these people are all trying to escape, but everything's locked off. So that's that. But yeah, like I'm saying, you don't really get a good look at the Yharnam skyline from down here because you are down quite low. Whereas when you're up higher, you can see just like this sort of endless mass of spires and like towers and things you can't really see very well from down here. What did I say we were going to next? I think we're going to go to Old Yharnam. We can actually see Pal's Arena from Old Yharnam if that helps localize where we are. Ah, but I can't warp because that's not working. We'll go this way. Actually, can we see anywhere from up here that I was talking about? I don't. It'd be around here, wouldn't it? Okay, so hang on, this way. It might be over this side if my mental map's working. It is, okay. So, oh, look at that. It's actually not loading. That's interesting. So, right. For reference, you can see there's a tiny little silvery dot that is kind of fading in and out of existence. It's sort of at the center top of the screen. It's sort of pulsing on and off. That is the Behold a Pale Blood Sky note. Like, it's still trying to show me where it is. So it's there. So that helps you orient. So that's Behold a Pale Blood Sky. That's the steps where the pigs are to the right. And then to the left, that's where you go. That's how you would get out, essentially, if you're Huggle. And I've just realized that the bricks aren't rendering from here. So that archway in the distance, you can see, that is empty. That is the archway that was bricked up before. So that, yeah, this, I didn't even realize this happened. That's how this area would have worked before Mensis took it over. Which is that it is just part of Old Yharnam. It is a very long street that leads from that archway down to Advent Plaza. Also, I guess worth pointing out that, like, there's older versions of this that sort of suggest that the Red Moon is happening in Advent Plaza rather than over the lake. So I guess you, in that version, you would have gone here and it would have looked like this because there wasn't a red moon yet, and then the red moon kind of gets shifted to Bergenworth. They play around with a lot of it. Also worth pointing out that, like, you could always argue that these statues were sort of brought in later on, like someone moved them and put them there. But if you look up the gargoyles on the statues, the gargoyles on the churches here, they're also like Great One gargoyles. It's like those have not been like, Lawrence hasn't grabbed those and like brought them over and just put them there. Like you could sort of argue these might have been done that way because they're just on a stand, but those are part of the building. So this is like, they're very aware of like Great Ones and stuff in this place before any of that happens. Anyway. It would actually be faster to run to Pal's Arena, wouldn't it? What am I doing? So after I've done this, we might start looking at wiki stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, this is the tunnel I was talking about when people like, where did Pal come from?
Yeah.
There's a theory that like he was in the cell and he tunneled out. And I think like that's as good as you're gonna get, frankly. Like, because this whole area is like, it's been rotated and moved around so many times. I think any hope of it making consistent sense is long gone. Anyway, this is where Yharnam is. So we're in Yharnam now. We run outward. We're in Pal's Arena now. You see, Pal's Arena is just part of Old Yharnam. So if we go down here, this is where Pal is. And we can actually see this area from above, which I'll show you in a sec. So if we leave here, go up here. Now we're in Old Yharnam. So that's where this is. Like with Yharnam's just part of Old Yharnam that they've blocked off. And if we run up here, if we just position myself mentally up here, I think, yeah. If we run through here, we can actually see Pal's Arena, and it's there. Hang on, I knew that would happen. Yeah. Oh, Jira's mad at me. Hang on. So that down there is where Pal is. Like you can see that sort of silvery, damn it, Jira. That sort of silvery part above my head there, that's the pathway that you take after you jump out of the tunnel. You move down, and then Pal's Arena is the part that's kind of where my head is now. So Yharnam's actually that bit. That's Yharnam that I'm looking at now. So all that is Yharnam. And presumably like it extends the other way past the city and everything. Like Yharnam's this. So yeah, it's just part of Old Yharnam. It's also confusing because like Old Yharnam in this, its name is like, it's Old Yharnam as in it's the old part of Yharnam. It's not like a specific sort of like place called Old Yharnam. It's like, it's just the old part of Yharnam. So Yharnam is part of the old part of Yharnam. if that makes sense. Anyway.
I think I'm going to say good night because it's
Oh,
about
did you want to
10.
read? Did you want to read more of the things before you go?
Well, I'd love to, but I think we're gonna prepare for bed really soon.
Okay.
And there were several submissions, so.
Okay.
Well, you're doing something next week, right?
Yeah, well, we're gonna keep going next week. I can't do this tomorrow because I've got work. But the following kind of weekend time, we'll figure something out.
Okay, I'll see.
Okay.
If I can be there, we can do that
Yeah,
next
we'll figure
week.
something out. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you everyone for being there. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you,
Thank you, Matt,
Altair.
for joining. And don't forget to support the wiki. I will see to being there next time. Okay.
Okay.
Good night and
Good
enjoy the
night.
rest of the spring.
Thank you. Okay, so we were going over like you can sort of figure out where I was 10 years ago by looking at these. So it looks like where was I? Yeah, I actually didn't do a bunch of this till August, which is interesting. I didn't beat Queen Yharnam until August. This came out in March. We're looking for like, yeah. So about 10 years ago to the day, I just got into the Nightmare Lecture building. Yeah, there we go. I'm like mid Kirkhammer swing for some reason. Oh, didn't this cause drama where it's like gain entry into the Bergenworth lecture building and then people were like it's actually part of Yahar Gol and the trophy descriptions aren't canon and there's this whole back and forth argument. Oh my god. What's happening around here? Yeah, Shadows of Yharnam. I don't know why I'm using the Kirkhammer so much in these. I don't particularly... I guess it was just the first weapon I picked up. Yeah, this is the thing you can see in all my old screenshots. I'm double-handing the Kirkhammer, and I don't have a gun because I'm fairly sure. Like, I've got double-handing. I'm two-handing the Kirkhammer, and I'm holding a torch in my other hand. I'm not using the gun because I've just come off Dark Souls, and I'm not like where I was using like a double-handed weapon, and the concept of using the gun to parry, I was just completely ignoring it, and then I got stuck on Gurman for so long. Oh hey, and like yeah, I beat Rom at about midnight on April Fool's Day. Do I have a Kirkhammer in all of these? Oh my god, what am I doing? I think I have an X there. What are these builds? I remember like Marta Ligarius also really, really messed me up. Why do I have a Mensa's Cage on? Because again, like I just wasn't used to parrying. Because it didn't occur to me that was the thing I was supposed to do. I thought I was supposed to just two-hand a weapon like I'd been doing in Dark Souls. And it was fine for some of the bosses, and then just like Gurman and Marta Ligarius I remember being total nightmares for me. Oh yeah, I've got the axe there. Anyway. Let's just re-download my save data so I can maybe do this weird time manipulation thing again. So I might switch this around so I can show off a window instead of the PS4. So I'm just going to shut this down because I didn't remember to last time. Oops. And I will unplug something and pray to God that the whole computer doesn't stop working. Okay, good. Okay, everyone's still with us. It's working. So let's just... this over here. Turn off that. And... turn on that. Aha! It worked. Good. Okay. So, Meth wanted us to show off. I don't know why I have my headset on for some reason, even though no one's talking to me, so let's take it off. Hey, Jeffrey. Oh, thank you, Jeffrey. So Meth wanted to show off the Did You Know page. So this is just a bunch of, incredible trivia that I suppose, like, the people that watch us might care about because we're so, like, I think we've covered so much. Oh yeah, no, we something we showed off yesterday also is Meth runs these little messenger events called the Messengers Lodge that are kind of collaborative things for people that are interested in playing, like doing little sort of like online collaborative games on the Bloodborne wiki rather than necessarily playing the game itself. We can show this off a little bit again. But yeah, so these are little just bits of trivia. So like you can, this is like Adela, if you don't tell her where to go, she'll get killed trying to escape Yharnam on her own. So like a little weird piece of trivia. Using Alfred for Henrik versus Eileen. So don't defeat Vicar Amelia, cooperate with Alfred near Old Yharnam, unlock the shortcut gate to Cathedral Ward, spawn Eileen outside Erden Chapel, summon Alfred near the central Yharnam map, and then follow him to Tomb of Erden. You can get kind of like a four-way, actually. You can do Henrik, Eileen, Alfred, and you. Yep, so this is a little thing about Annalise. So you might think, what actually kills Annalise? Does she have like a set amount of hit points or anything? It's just hit her 50 times. It doesn't actually matter what you hit her with or how much damage you're doing. Just hit her 50 times and then reload the area and she's like a mass of flesh. Oh, okay. This. This has connections to blood tendency. So... blood tendency is an infamous theory that someone had on Reddit where they claimed that there was a hidden mechanic in the game called blood tendency that would unlock the hidden fourth ending, and you got... your blood tendency was raised every time you heard a bell ring, and it was lowered every time you got hit by a church servant or a snatcher specifically. And... there was some other mechanic... oh yeah, and the way you could tell the blood tendency was you went to the hunter's dream and looked at the sky, and how light or dark the sky was the blood tendency. And this guy insisted he'd discovered it, and he just went on and on and on and on and on about his blood tendency thing, and he tried streaming himself showing off blood tendency, and it was predictably a complete disaster. But weirdly, the same guy discovered... he said, I've got this unseen interaction with Ariana. And we were like, sure you do. Of course you have an unseen action with it. Like, yes, of course you do. Tell us more. And we're just like slowly backing out of the room. He actually did have one. He figured out, like, he had this footage of him talking to Ariana, and she's saying something about the celestial child that she doesn't normally say. And we were just like, oh my god, how did he do this? And Meth and I were just like, we spent pretty much the whole day actually just trying to figure out what he did. And we're like, what did you do? And he's like, it just happened. We're like, oh my god. And we're like playing through over and over again, trying to get every possible combination of like items, every possible combination of like different things you do with Ariana. And at the very, very, very end of the day, it turned out that it was to do with the number of times you took her blood. So if you take her blood and then use it 4 times, she gets 1 extra line when she sees the Celestial Child. So there we go. That's that was the one time he was right about something. It was a bit like in The Simpsons when Homer has to go into witness protection and then there's the 2 people with him and they're trying to explain it to him and he's just staring ahead and getting everything wrong. The extra line is she just says, I've never been happier, and starts kind of like crazy cry laughing. It's that. And we were like, God, is this a glitch? What is this? And it's the number of times you take the blood. Okay, the version of Bloodletting Beast you knock the head off. That is only accessible in the developer chalices, and I actually tried showing it off once because Xtrin gave me a glyph that would make it work, but I didn't understand what you're actually supposed to do and I couldn't get it working. But basically, it's a Bloodletting Beast fight where if you hit the head just like disappears from the body completely, and it looks like an older version of like this attempted phase change thing. Ashen Beast Patient Shriek. That's what I was talking about in Old Yharnam before with the why that wolf's eyes were red. It's because the Beast Patient in the kind of alleyway behind is screaming, and that's powering up the beast outside. Beast Possessed Soul having weird AI is sort of known, I think. If you run into Beast Possessed Soul in the Chalice dungeons, it will attack you, but it will also attack other enemies. And you can heal it with a choir bell. So if you find a Beast Possessed Soul, you can just sort of like lead it around and it'll fight other enemies for you and you can just keep healing it. You can also like, Xtrin is like quite fond of Beppis, and she's got a bunch of videos up where she's managed to get Beppis into like boss fights and had Beast Possessed Soul solo bosses for it. Oh, okay, what does it look like? The head falling off. It's not like an animation where the head falls off or anything. It's just like the head's there and then there's just blood splatter and there's no head. Like, it's really not, it's not like a finished cutscene or anything. It's just like the head, like, splatters blood and disappears. It doesn't look finished. Yeah, you glitch the Beast Possessed Soul into boss arenas. Also, yeah, this is interesting. The red-robed bell ringers around the One Reborn who are sending those weird, like, orbs into it, they do nothing. Like, they're not powering it up, they're not healing it, they're not making it stronger, it's nothing. It's just doing it. Okay, Blood-Addled status. This is something that, like, this is mentioned in the Japanese script, but not the English one. Which is that every time you invade another player, there's a 5% chance that you get this status called Blood-Addled. And that's what makes a Hunter of Hunters target you. And that's kind of hinted at in the Japanese description of, I think it's the bell or one of the runes. It says, like, there's a chance you'll become blood-addled by doing this, and that line's completely missing from the English script. Hello, Blue Magicite. What page of the wiki? This is the Did You Know page. There we go. This is I've shown this off before. I might show it off again. This is probably one of the more interesting, from my perspective, things that we've done, because it was like a window into stuff we could never ever see otherwise. So this is an exhibition that was held at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. And it was all this, like, it wasn't just Bloodborne, it was all these different games about the development process behind them. and it showed off all the stuff from the development process of Bloodborne that's like, we'd never seen this anywhere else before, and it's never been shown again. It's just like internal stuff from. And it contains, like, there's things you sort of recognize, like there's these like that's I think that's a statue from Witch of Hemwick's room. You got, like, there's the old mimic design, stuff like that. And yeah, Alec, who is a friend of Astral Lace, who we've had on a few times. Alec took these really, really nice high-resolution pictures of all of the exhibits and sent them to Lace, who sent them to me. And then Meth and I kind of, like, annotated and organized them all. So yeah, this is stuff that, like, you don't see this anywhere else. This was just shown off at a museum, and it was never shown again. And this is, like, there's the doll, there's, like, choir stuff, Ludwig's sword, Kirkhammer. And it's stuff that, like, yeah, there's just no other way of seeing this. And there's some interesting, like, cut stuff here. Like, I brought this up before, when we're talking about the the development process. Like, the doll, that note in the corner, that says, like, vampire / evil spirit / governess. So it's like they start with the concept of what this character kind of might be, and then they design based around that. So they don't immediately start with, like, Gurman had an apprentice, her name was Maria. She went to the fishing hamlet, and then Gurman made a doll, and then all this other stuff happened. They're starting just with, like, the concept of, like, a vampiric evil spirit governess doll thing, and then they're building from that. And she went through, like, the doll famously went through, like, half a dozen different iterations before they settled on what they have now. This is concept art. It's available in some of the art books, but you can see there the Cleric Beast is positioned on the altar. That's again, like, because it was meant to be a boss for the Grand Cathedral initially. So they've got it on the altar instead of on a bridge. So the stuff that was really interesting, though, that was, like, kind of mind-blowing was this. So, for reference, that is an A4 piece of paper. So this map here is about 4 inches square. If we open it, because it's a very nice. Well, okay, I have a high resolution one somewhere else. That's the point. We can get, like, an actual really good look at an older, but not that much older map of the game that has these, like, things that aren't in it anymore and things in different places, because that's recognizably what we have. Like, hang on, this one. That's a really, really, really old map. You can see some places in it that you recognize. Like, that's the Grand Cathedral there. That's Upper Cathedral Ward. That's, like, the bridge you take. You can sort of see how this all lines up. But it's also clearly not, like, this is not the map that we have now, because this massive bridge isn't there anymore. That's not there anymore. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what that is. I think that might be Hemwick. I don't know. But yeah, that's not what we have now. Whereas this is, like, 95% what we have now. So it actually tells you a lot by comparing them. So anyway, yeah, here's that other stuff. Here is this going to be the big one? So thankfully someone else, I've forgotten who it was, I'm sorry, they actually translated the little handwritten notes around the original size, that's where it is. They translated the notes, because this originally had handwritten notes on it, and someone actually went through and translated what they were in Japanese into English, and we were actually able to look at what they were writing. So I didn't show this off properly last time. So this is Canehurst. Canehurst went... It was you! Okay. Wow. Oh, great. That's incredible. Thank you so much. So yeah, this is the map. So that's Canehurst. It doesn't have Nightmare of Mensis or Nightmare Frontier in it. But regardless. So here we go. So this is essentially the game. To give you a rough idea of where we are, so that is the bridge. That's the big Cathedral Ward bridge. That's the bridge where you fight the cleric beast. That's That's Yahargul. That's Bergenworth. That's the Grand Cathedral. So, like, the Yosefka's clinic is kind of around there. That's the sort of round plaza in the Cathedral Ward. So something, we talked about this last time, but different people might be here. You'll notice Bergenworth looks completely different. So for reference, that little T part there, that's the Bergenworth that we have now. So that's like Willem is out there, that's where Yuri is, door either side. This part here, completely gone. I can show you where I think that went. And this part here is the lecture building that's currently in the Nightmare. That's the observatory dome that's now on top of Bergenworth. And you can see it's just like a like a campus. Like it's a big walled off like space. It's not just like Willem's kind of study thing. The other thing to point out is like, and you can see this is in development. So like that's where Witch of Hemwick is. And then there, like that's, you can see that's not part of the original, like, CAD file. That is drawn in pen. So they've added, that's the room where you get the that's the room where you get the Carol Rune workshop tool. So they've added that later, but the note is like, this is interesting. They talk about you being transferred to Trap Road. So you can see there's a line going from the back of Witch of Hemwick room to what's called Trap Road. Trap Road is Nightmare of Mensis. So Trap Road, for reference, that is like a Japanese term for just like a part of a video game that is kind of like an obstacle course thing. I think there's actually some Mario levels that are literally just called like Bowser's Trap Road. It just means like, just a long area full of like a whole lot of traps and hazards. It's just like a colloquialism. So that was the name of Nightmare of Mensis, was Trap Road. So they've got, this is like, you can see how close this is to being finished. Like it is really close to almost being done. But at this point, Nightmare of Mensis, it's nothing to do with City of Sacrifice is Yahargul. Nothing whatsoever to do with City of Sacrifice. It has nothing to do with Nightmare of Mensis. Nightmare of Mensis is actually in Hemwick. You go from the back of Hemwick to Nightmare of Mensis. So that's how much they're switching things around, like this close to it almost being done. Yeah, it's an obstacle course. Yeah, that's what a Trap Road is. Other thing is, like, it's sort of hard to tell unless you have a map of Canehurst kind of like next to you, but they changed a lot of Canehurst. Like, that whole section there's not there anymore. I Love Sushi is a very interesting little note. Because that does actually say that. It says Sushi Zanmai, which means I love sushi. And we're still to this day not 100% sure if that is just a joke that someone was writing I love sushi on the map while they were developing it, or if that is something to do with the whole like cause parasites absorbing stuff from the great ones in the ocean thing. Because it's Canehurst, which looks like Canehurst was kind of like an early draft of the fishing hamlet, you know? Like, you can see, again, these areas don't have the names we know as now. Like, the Cathedral Ward, obviously, but, like, it's not Bergenworth, it's just College. It's not Forbidden Woods, it's Forest. It's not Hemwick, it's Gravetown. It's not Canehurst, it's Old Castle. It's not Nightmare of Mensis, it's Trap Road. And, like, Ruins is Old Yharnam. City of Sacrifice is Yahargul. And then we've got there, like, how to activate the chair, which is, like, this is back when you have the, like, the warp chairs instead of the lanterns. This was note saying this feels out of place. Put forest lower so it overlaps cathedral. Oh, I've never actually shown this off. Forgot. I can start it up again. There's, like, an old way of getting into the Forbidden Woods. That's different to what we have now. I can actually show that off quickly, maybe when I finish doing this part. So this is... I'm going to show off a little bit of Eugenio's mod in a sec. And he actually was showing me stuff earlier. So this is, again, you can see this is an early version of a map that's kind of recognizable. So like that's the Grand Cathedral. You can see there's the two wings either side. There's the clock would kind of be there. That's the Upper Cathedral Ward Bridge, where I was showing off before. You could kind of see unfinished bits of geometry from it. That's the stairs. That's the the round bit in the middle of Cathedral Ward. That's where the giants are. So it's nowhere near what we have now, but it's still kind of recognizable in a lot of ways. And what Eugenio was showing me is he's actually got this bridge now. So there was just this other massive bridge that, like, you can't really see it because this is completely top down. There's not much of a sense of height, but it's above the clock. So you can imagine, like, there's a bridge that is so tall it's above where the church's astral clock is, and it's connecting these two massive, like, sort of mountainous areas, which I'll actually be able to show off because I've got the screenshots now. Yeah, and this is interesting. They've got, like, you can see things from the cell, and I'm like, was this an old version of Yharnam where you're going to be trapped in a cell? And like prison cells down here. Town of Gravediggers is Hemwick. Like, you can see them just sort of iterating through ideas until they end up on what we have now. So this is what I did when I got the map that I was just showing off, the kind of almost but not quite finished one, is I went through it and I actually, like, labeled everything. And that's kind of like, it's just saying, like, there's the Great Bridge, that's where Gascoigne is, that's where your Sefka is. You can actually see the clinic is way bigger, which we talked about in the last stream. Like, there's so much. The clinic is like 3 times bigger from the outside than the inside. Same thing's true with Witcher Hemwick's room. So it's like there was stuff there. They just don't use it anymore. Old Yharnam we sort of already covered. Old Yharnam got rotated. That's why its alignment is a little strange. Anyway, there's what I was talking about. That's Witch of Hemwick's room. There's like this additional bit at the back that's been added with pen. Forbidden Woods. Forbidden Woods is kind of a nightmare to look at that resolution because there's so much geometry. Bergenworth. So, like I said, Bergenworth, Lecture Hall, Greenbit. This was covered in more detail in the last stream, but TLDR, that became Altar of Despair. So if you're wondering, like, if you go back to... Let's go down, actually. There's our cathedral. There's our Grand Cathedral. You'll notice that there's nothing here. If Altar of Despair were here, you would go up the stairs, down the elevator, down there, Altar of Despair would be here. There's nothing there. Like, you can look on this map here. Like, Altar of Despair should be there, and there is nothing. But you also notice that in Bergenworth, there is this big empty space that's also not there anymore. And I went over this in more detail last time, but basically if you line everything up, it looks like that space there, that was just like a cave with Rom's body in it. Not 100% sure exactly how you got there that I know of. Like, it may have had something to do with the trapdoor in Bergenworth that doesn't seem to go anywhere. For reference, that trapdoor still doesn't go anywhere. Like, there's not like an unused passage under it. Just doesn't do anything because they've moved everything. So that's where Rom's body would have been, and you can see there's no lake. So presumably the Rom fight's triggered by something to do with the body that's in there rather than the non-existent lake. Also, probably didn't have anything to do with the Red Moon at that point. This is just how strange everything is. That's not there anymore. That's visible in some concept art, it's not there anymore, actually. Oh, Elden Ring's map, like, there are actually older Elden Ring maps floating around that do have different layouts. But it's not sort of... Because Elden Ring is so huge, it's a little harder to research. Here we go. Whereas with Bloodborne, because it's so tight and compact, you can kind of go, yeah, okay, I get that. I get where that is. I recognize that. I recognize that. So Eugenio was showing me this before. I actually didn't realize until now, but you can actually see there's like a Yharnam huntsman guy with a torch on the roof over there, which I didn't know about before. That's what we're curious about. There's like a castle over there. You can see like that's up a cathedral ward. Grand Cathedral's over there, and then in the middle there is a mountain with a castle on it. And that's just not there anymore. It's completely gone. And like we went into a lot of detail about that castle last time. We won't go into it today. If you're curious about the castle, that's in the last stream. So we got so sidetracked, I'm sorry. What else is on Did You Know? Bloodstarved Beast Burning. Yeah, we sort of showed that off. There's a glitch that allows the cape. You can make your cape disappear if you equip a weapon on your back and then you use the teleport bards in Yharnam, your cape will actually disappear. So you can get these. It's actually Elden Ring lets you do this with Bok, but here you can kind of do it to yourself. It lasts until you reload the character, but you can take the capes off. I think some of these are me, I think. They might all be me, I can't remember. But I do remember doing this glitch specifically for the wiki at one point. Oh, okay, so this thing. This is like one of the weirdest little oddities in the game. So, you might have seen this. This is the gate that opens onto, like, it's the one that the Hunter Chief emblem opens when you use it from the other side. But you can also open it from behind by using that lever. And that lever, you may have seen this with messengers, but not always. And the answer is the insight breakpoint for the messengers is 50. So every single thing, like amygdalas show up at 40. The church servant lanterns and things show up at 15. The mad ones in Hemwick show up at like 15, and for some reason it's 50 just for these messages, and that I don't know if that is a glitch or they were just being funny. But it's so weird. Yeah, so it's like 1 insight doll talks, 15 insight church servants mad ones, 40 insight amygdalas show up, 50 insight slight difference to Hunter's Dream music, 50 insight some messengers show up in a lever in an area that you won't have 50 insight when you go to, and then at 60 you hear Murgo crying. Christ. So that I've honestly just assumed that was a glitch. I don't know. Yeah, the choir bell can actually kill some things. I don't exactly know. I think it's things that die to any registered hit, even if they don't do any damage. So you can, like, if you use the choir bell on like Simon or Eileen or something, it'll actually kill them instead of I'm assuming what it does, it's a form of damage, and it does negative damage to things. Yes, Trin's famous cum dungeon, which we all know about. Oh, this thing, okay. Isn't it? This is something I made in, I think, 2017 or something. This is showing how the various factions in the hunt. In the Hunter's Nightmare, the enemies will sometimes fight each other. So I made this to show who fights who and in like what order. Because it's possible to actually... it's possible to get that blood-starved beast out of the cave. Like, if you lure it to the front of the cave and eventually, like, if you just wait for a while, it'll kind of glitch its way through the tombstones and it just starts wandering around. And when it's doing that, like, it'll just attack other enemies for you. And I've not done it, but I've seen Trin do it. You can lead it up to where Lawrence is. And it can't go through the fog, but it'll stay at the door of Lawrence's arena. And if Lawrence gets close enough to the fog, it'll start fighting Lawrence through the fog and they can actually damage each other. It's really strange. The old Yharnam floating statue. This is a well-known thing. It's a bunch of different objects accidentally stuck together. And it also has... It shares the same ID as a sound effect emitting object that makes this like sort of wind noise in old Yharnam. And because it happens only if the game's patched, I think it was just a mistake with how they patched in a sound and it just everything got glued together somehow. There's a lot here. I would keep going with this, but I want to show off Eugenio's mod. Oh, is Mev had to go? Oh no, she's still here. Okay. So... what else is here? The little guy at the start of the Ludwig fight, you can... Oh, you're there. Good, okay. Someone said thank you, Meph. I thought you'd left. Little guy from the Ludwig fight can actually survive. Very, very rarely. He doesn't do anything. What else is in here? Oh yeah, there's a very, very odd glitch you can do that causes the mad ones to spawn before nighttime. Oh yeah, that's actually that's the same character we were using in this stream. That's how far back they go. That's my testing character. You can tell she's got the white bob cut. Yeah, you can get the mad ones to just spawn. I don't think they even do their yeah, they don't even do the climbing animation. They're just standing there. Hang on, are they gonna spawn or are they just standing there? No, they're just there. So this is yeah, it's the same character we were looking at before. The toilet man. We neglected the toilet man from our iceberg. So the toilet man is you've probably seen this and not understood what it was. So there is there's a single Mergo attendant in Nightmare of Mensis who's non-hostile. He's on the bridge after Edgar. You just run through. Oh, hello, Rude Barbarian. You the bridge where Edgar is, you run past it and there's like a single Mergo attendant who won't fight you and they just wander around doing nothing. But they'll leave items. They leave this like trail of weird items behind them that eventually they disappear after about 15 seconds. And then it'll leave another one about a minute later. And yeah, he's called the Toilet Man. And it's like 30% drop antidote, 9% beast blood pellet, 30% cold blood, 1% blood drag. I have no idea what the story behind the Toilet Man is, but he's amazing. Yeah, the Erden runes get you more viscerals with more bullets per visceral with Orphan of Cos. I didn't know that. That's I don't know if that's deliberate or that is it might be deliberate. It feels deliberate. What else is in here? Okay, so this is neat. This is something that like Meth and I researched early on. We started collaborating. I think it was 2017. I think 2017 was when I first reached out and I'm like, hey, do you want me to do stuff for you? Because I had nothing to do for about 8 months and I'm like, I'll just help you. So one of the first things I remember we did was we were trying to figure out why the Queen Killer NPC would sometimes drop blood gems, and we did this whole like, here's the chance of the gem being dropped and like what they can drop. And the reason that they do that is that it seems obvious in retrospect, but the reason they do it is because that's just an enemy with an AI script that makes it hostile to enemies and friendly to you. So because he's technically an enemy, he has a drop table. And yeah, so if you summon Queen Killer and he is killed, there is a chance, like anything else, he'll drop a decent blood gem for you. Oh, these things. So this is a super rare thing that I remember I saw this and I never got it to happen again. I didn't know what had happened and no one believed me. So these, there's these, the ghost women in the Chalice dungeons. Very, 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 very rarely they will shoot messengers at you. And they kind of behave like the skulls that you summon with the Executioner gloves, like they kind of home in on you. And the reason it is so rare is that they will only do it if they're trying to attack you but they can't reach you. Except the thing about the ghosts, as you know, is they're really fast and they can basically teleport. So the number of situations where they're trying to attack you but they can't reach you is so astronomically small that you almost never actually see them do this. Like, you have to kind of set it up ahead of time. Like, you need to figure out a place where you can kind of jam one of them in such a way that she can't get out but she can still see you and try to attack you, and then she'll shoot them. So they're so incredibly rare that you can play this game hundreds of times and never see it. And there's actually another version of the ghost. Oh, no, it's a different one. Sorry, yeah. There's like an older. There, she's doing in there. There you go. There's another version of the ghost that's like an old man, like a floating old man ghost rather than the lady ghost. And he also shoots them, but I think he shoots them in waves of 5. Oh yeah, like she's doing there, yeah. Here we go. There we go. They actually look kind of doofy, because they don't really have any animation. They just kind of like fly forward like Superman and just turn and try to. Yeah, this is a bit weird looking. I can kind of maybe see why they didn't want this. But yeah, so that attack is technically still in the game, sort of. It's just really, really hard to make it happen. Who is that? Sam-Ann. Remember another thing, one of the first things I did with Meth was we got Queen Yharnam to walk around. Here we go. This is one of the first things I did with her. if you use the Beast Roar on... It's a shame I didn't actually show it off. There'll be videos of it somewhere. If you use the Beast Roar on Queen Yharnam while she's out the front of Murgo's wet nurse, it'll push her around like any other enemy, and then when she gets up again, she'll try to walk back to where she was. But you can just keep pushing her around with it, and I remember, like, Meth and I were trying to figure out where's the furthest you can get her, and you can get her, like, to the elevators, and you can get her to the end of Mikolash's arena, but then there's just, like, a wall that prevents her from going any further. This says writings on the weapon. Okay. Yeah, there's like a lot of the Bloodborne textures, if you zoom in on them, they'll have like little runic inscriptions and things. Like there's a bunch on Gurman's scythe as well. Anyway. You can't push her off the elevator because there is like a there's like an invisible barrier that stops her going through it. So she can't leave like her quote unquote area, but you can get her pretty far. The other thing about Beast Roar, right? When I was doing a low-level run, which I'll never do again, Lady Maria is so vulnerable to Beast Roar. Like, you can actually just essentially no damage and stun lock her with it. Because every time you use it, unless she's in the middle of her, like, phase change, charge up, blood explosion thing, it just knocks her over. So if you have enough Quicksilver bullets and you time it well enough, you can just, like, endlessly stun lock her and she can't get up, and it makes the fight completely trivial. So, we'll go back to the wiki a little bit at the end, because I'd say we've got about half an hour to go. So now I'm going to show off some of Eugenio's work. So we started doing this before, and then we kind of got sidetracked. So he's not here. He was here last time. Eugenio is a modder who is working on a very, very, fittingly titled Bloodborne mod called Magnum Opus, where it's a sort of combination of like his own ideas plus restoring unused things. And he's like a data miner as well. So like something that we talked about last time, I'll show it off now because people weren't here. Just a loop. So we talked about this last time. This is sort of what he's doing. Like, we know at some point the plan was for Amygdala to climb over the rocks and then jump into the arena, and that, for whatever reason, wasn't finished. And they just have it sort of appear, like, out of the ether and then jump down. So he sort of wanted to restore that, so he figured out how to do it. So we now have this entrance for Amygdala. It looks really, really cool. A lot of the mod is that it's restoring kind of old, and also making newer concepts make a bit more sense. So like something we talked about last time was the whole is the Nightmare Frontier Lauren thing. And what I was talking about there was like, yeah, the Nightmare Frontier in the version of the story we have is supposed to be Lauren, but when they designed the area, it wasn't supposed to be Lauren. So it's done largely through item descriptions and item placement rather than making the two areas look the same. So what he's done is he's getting like Lauren assets and putting them in the Nightmare Frontier to make it a bit clearer that they're meant to be similar places. So like you can see he's changed the color palette and everything, and it's got dust. It's got these sandy dust storms that you associate with the Lauren Chalice. They're now in the Nightmare Frontier to just make that a little bit close, like, more obvious what it is. He's also kind of expanded the frontier outward. So instead of it just being the sky underneath, it's this big open space with like these rock formations in the distance. Again, making it a bit more like Lauren, because when you go to Lauren, what makes Lauren stand out is you've got these big like chasms with an open sky, and you can walk cross bridges back and forth from the chasms and look upward and just look outward into the sky and the land around you, which the Nightmare Frontier doesn't feel like that. But you can see he's actually gone through and he's tried to make it aesthetically fit a bit more with how Lauren looks. So like that's obviously not like cut content, but that's like, this was an idea that they've run with and he's trying to make it like a little more integrated. And then, yeah, that's like this lighting changes. That's Nightmare of Nemesis? I think so. Yeah. Lots of like little lighting changes. Did he change it to spawn in the bottom instead of the cave? I don't actually know where you spawn in the frontier now. There's some weapons. He sent me some video files. I'll just grab them from my downloads folder. Does this even work? Okay, hang on. Yep, so that is, people might recognize it. That's the old Nightmare Fog design that you might know from older footage of the game, where it's got little messengers in it that are reaching out instead of it just being the standard Souls kind of boss fog. This is a weapon he came up with. Where has it come back? Called the Reliquary of Flames, where it's sort of like a whip dagger thing. Because the thing about the Souls games all being on like variants of the same engine is it's kind of less complicated sometimes to move stuff between the games. So this, I think this is from one of the other Souls games. Like the move set, and it's kind of been moved into this, I think. It's like this flame elemental whip. I don't want to say like it's relatively easy, because I can't do it. And I know he spends a really long time trying to do these. It's not going to be like, copying these things across is easy. It's clearly not. Open with... There it is. Oof, come back here. There we go. I don't want it back on my desktop. Okay, no! Thank you. Do not want to use AI, for God's sake. Okay. So, like, there's Hemwick. Looking a lot more like the Hemwick in the older screenshots, where it's, like, a lot lighter. Yeah, and just, like, playing with the color palette and the lighting a bit, so it's not all as grey as it is now. Yeah, and like this is something Sin and I brought up in the Snuffles episode, where like this cut pig monster looks an awful lot like those statues, so at some point they were probably connected. So he's sort of picked up on that and he's put the pig things in the church where those statues are to kind of connect them. Yeah, just again like little visual overhaul. That's obviously up. Oh yeah, up Cathedral Ward you can see the sort of that's the unused kind of like castle I was talking about earlier. Yeah, Lawrence the Bodeful Beast finally making it canon. You'll see there Lawrence also is being fought in the Altar of Despair, but the Rom corpse is gone. Instead it's the surgery altar from the DLC. So it's trying to get all these like concepts that in the finished game like everyone likes, but they maybe clash a little bit, and sort of making them a little more coherent. I guess Lawrence is still in it. Oh yeah, the other thing he did, it's sort of hard to see because it's not zoomed in, but what he's done here is he's gotten the Lawrence boss from the DLC and he's replaced the Cleric Beast head with the model of the Lawrence skull from the Altair, so they actually match. Okay, when this mod is finished, yeah. I don't know when it's going to be finished. You'd either need... I don't know if it's for emulator or for a modded PS4. I guess it's both. I don't have a jailbroken PS4, but my partner does, so we might be able to play it. Great One Beast is like a removed boss. Had these like lightning attacks that got recycled into Orphan of Cause. There's the removed snake boss. You might know that because Lance McDonald did a few videos on it. And yeah, it's just like a rifle. The shield. That shield and sword, they're like in older footage and older screenshots where it's a bit more kind of like sword and board Souls combat. Oh, here we go. Yeah, and there's the sea. Like this actually showed me this earlier today, where it's like, look, I added some more ocean, just to give Yharnam like a different sense of place. Now he also sent me. I may have to go grab them quickly because I think I've misplaced them. Bear with me for a second. There we go. So this is when I talked about there being a big bridge over the cathedral ward. Like, this gives you a rough idea of what I'm talking about. So you can see over there, that's the astral clock. So that's the Grand Cathedral. That's the bridge that you cross to fight Celestial Emissary and Loomflower Gardens. There's just this other massive bridge. Like, look how huge that is. And that, presumably, like, that's connected to this whole concept of there being this, like, mountain area that I was sort of showing off before. You can see it in Upper Cathedral Ward, but it's not there anymore. And it was connected to this. It was like this other just massive sort of bridge section that led to the mountains. It's sort of crossing the whole of Yharnam's beneath it. Similar, I guess, to the Great Bridge in Dark Souls 3, where there's just that massive bridge going from Lothric. Similar concept. You can see, like, that's how big it is. So you're literally walking, like, level with the top of the astral clock. And it's actually, hang on, I'll open it. It's this bridge. So this is one of the maps I was showing off before. So you can see there's a massive bridge goes across the top of Yharnam, and here it's that bridge. So that's what we're looking at. They're obviously different maps because this is an earlier, rougher one, but we're looking at that. And I don't actually know if he plans on putting that in Magnum Opus or he was just showing it to me, but it's something he's working on. Here's another look at it. This is this sort of deleted, like, mountain range that exists behind Yharnam. This is, I brought this up last one as well. This is the... Like, so for reference, like, if you want to get a rough idea of where this is, the Grand Cathedral is off to the left of the map. So, like... Actually, I can just show this off through the wiki. Haha. I'm just going to show you something from two different angles to give you a better idea of what it is. Hang on. Where are we? Here we go. So that, you can tell this is me because I've highlighted and labeled everything. That's the Grand Cathedral there. So that's like the back clock. So like if you imagine like the Lumen Flower Gardens and everything is kind of over where the cursor is. And then there's just the other clock behind it. And then behind that is the mountains. And behind that is this bridge. And this is that from a different angle. So you can see that like through the mountains there's just this massive bridge. And then there's this castle structure that seems like go around there. There's this whole like mountain sort of path. I don't know where that would have gone. But yeah, there's just this whole like other part of Yharnam that's not there anymore. Although when I say it's not there anymore, I suspect what actually happened is that got recycled into the Nightmare of Mensis. If you look at Nightmare of Mensis, like this is the official Nightmare of Mensis concept art. It doesn't really look like it's in a nightmare. It just looks like another part of Yharnam. And you can see it's like it's in the mountains. And that just makes me think that like that whole mountain background area of Yharnam was probably just Nightmare of Mensis at one point, and then they moved it because, again, going back to like old versions of the progression, like it looks like the frontier was going to be the end of the game. Like you were going to play through this like kind of gothic horror thing, and then they would backload all the Great One stuff and the Nightmare stuff. At the very end of it with the Nightmare Frontier as like, oh, you've actually gone somewhere completely different now, as like the climax, rather than how it is now where they kind of sandwich it in the middle. What else did Eugenio send me? Oh, it's something else he found. This might look incomprehensible, but that's actually, if you look at the things, it's got like wing, nub, wing, etc. That's a crow. Like that's the animation skeleton for a crow. So there's this object that's not used in the game anymore that's a crow holding a lantern. And my understanding is that was for Byrgenwerth. So there was going to be like a crow with a lantern in Byrgenwerth that I guess helped illuminate the pathway. You can see it's kind of shaped like a crow. Like there's the beak, there's the feathers, there's the wings, there's the tail. Yeah, what else is there to go through? We're on about 3.5 hours, so I'm trying to think of, like, is there much else to really say? I guess I can go through the messenger events. So, the reason that Altair and I do this, really, is... I mean, we care about it, obviously. Another part of it is just getting more support to keep the wiki running. Because, like, you'll notice that there's no ads on this. Like, this is not like a fandom or a wikidot or a YouTube channel or something like that, where it's been set up in such a way that it's like got inbuilt advertising that's paying for the cost of hosting it. Like, this is all just Meth made all this herself. And she's paying for the hosting costs, and you'll notice there's a lot on here. Like, it's got, like, videos, it's got all of these, like, high-resolution scanned images, all this stuff, and that obviously takes up a lot of bandwidth. So, Meth has set up a Buy Me a Coffee. Just a coffee. Where that's helping keep the thing online. So, Meth is doing this not because... like, this is her income and she's, like, getting paid to do it. She's doing it to keep the thing afloat to cover the cost of running it. Like, this is not, like, a career thing. It's like, we just need the money to keep the thing online. So, if you feel like you want to give her something, you can give a one-time donation or you can join. and give her a donation every month of like $2 or $5 or $10 to just basically keep the thing running. And yeah, we plan on keeping the thing running as long as possible. One thing I was bringing up yesterday when we were talking about it is like there's actually so much information on this now beyond what we ever thought there would be that it needs a fair amount of reorganization. So it's going to need to be like particularly like the data mining page is so huge that it will probably need to be split into like 4 or 5 other pages at some point. And yeah, we just plan on keeping the thing running as long as possible. And an example of keeping it running is these little events that Meth calls the Messenger's Lodge, where she's created these little games that people are playing. Where she's got like she's made her own little dungeon with XY coordinates that you can explore around. It has little I guess I kind of like playing Battleship. It's got these little like hazard squares. And there were also, along with these little dungeon things, she made her own chalice. We showed that off last time. There were these little word games that had little like kind of quiz little mechanics where you could ask for hints and things. And sort of for every question people got right, it like gave them points, and they had to try to like stay alive throughout a certain amount of time. I brought this up last time. This is one that like I helped write this, and I was like, oh, they'll have trouble with this, and they had trouble with like question 1, and once they figured out how to do it, they just got everything right from that point onward, and it was over in like 5 minutes. But yeah, this was a little game I came up with where you got given a little sentence, and then each part of that sentence was an anagram for something in the game, so you had to unscramble all of the sentences to come up with what weapons someone was using when they fought a certain boss in a certain area. So there were all these like anagrams that you had to solve, and I thought when I made that, I thought this might actually be too hard because it's literally an anagram of anything in the game at all, and they still managed to get it. There was these little like puzzles to solve. What other ones? Yeah, these were on timers, so like every 10 minutes you had to like solve a certain thing. Every attack, your blood vials went down. Oh yeah, this. Yeah. This is like a little crossword thing I designed, where you got given some of the letters and then you had to fill out the rest of the puzzle yourself. And they all had a theme. It was kind of like playing like Wordle or something, and it was like words to do with blood, and then you had to like fill them out, and then that had a certain number of colored spaces, and then the colored spaces would... Oh yeah, Meth made a messenger version of me. There I am. And then you had to like, yeah. So we played these little games with the other people in the community. And then they all gave you a code word, and it was just like, this is sort of where we're at now. I don't think anyone's ever lost these, no matter how hard I tried making them. Yeah, Maud. I was Maud. Ugh, it's so much. Anyway, I think that gives you a rough idea of like how much commitment there actually is to keeping it going. So I guess also like something else I was showing off. I'll show this off again. for anyone who wasn't here, like, Bloodborne, because it didn't have a PC release, it wasn't like Dark Souls or Elden Ring where you could kind of, like, look into it and say, okay, well, the files are here, like, we can look at the animations here, etc. We couldn't really do that. So the way that we figured out the iframe, not the iframes, the way we figured out the frame count of every gun in the game was just this. It was just, that's me again in Moonside Lake, just firing every gun from the exact same angle, every kind of gun from the same angle, and then just going back and just manually counting how many frames it takes for things to happen. Because this was largely to settle an argument about Evelyn. Because people were arguing Evelyn fired faster than the other pistols, and it doesn't. It just has a different looking animation that kind of makes it look like it fires faster, but it actually doesn't. Yeah, we did a lot of research, and it's research like this, because, like I was saying, Bloodborne wasn't Bloodborne wasn't cracked. I'm trying to think. I think it was 2019. I think it was 2019, because it was around the time Sekiro came out, that it was finally like, hey, there's a cracked version of Bloodborne we can actually look at on a PC now. So that's 4 years after the game came out. And that meant that, like, prior to that, like, in order to figure out, like, the... hang on. Let's look at, like, I don't know. Let's grab a random enemy, right? So... the drop tables of, like, what do they drop? Like, blood vials, Quicksilver, Molotov, etc. Those were printed in the official guide, but the official guide was wrong. Not because it was, like, badly written or anything, but because the official guide was written based on an earlier version of the game, which makes sense because it had to be ready by the time the game came out, so it was based on this earlier version. But that means when the game came out and the guide came out, the game had since been updated, so the stuff in the guide was wrong. And, like what the drop tables were and, like, how certain mechanics worked was actually no longer correct. It was based on an earlier version. So the way that these were figured out, I think these may have been updated now, but prior to us having a copy of the game we could actually look into on a PC, the way these were figured out was literally just killing the same thing like 50 or 100 times and writing down what it dropped. And actually, another memory of mine, hang on. If we go to the Blood-Starved Beast, the Blood-Starved Beast, there's a version in the Hunter's Nightmare that drops blood gems. Yeah. So this, like, that again, like, I bring up this because I remember doing this because I'm the one that did all this, this table. But it was a case of, like, I just had to, like, kill the Blood-Starved Beast in the Hunter's Night. What I do is I cleared out the Hunter's Nightmare cave apart from the Blood-Starved Beast, quit the game, uploaded the file to the cloud, downloaded it, killed the Blood-Starved Beast, wrote down what it dropped for me, quit, downloaded the file, killed the Blood-Starved Beast, write down what it drops because it only spawns once. So I just spent, I think it was like probably 3 hours just killing the Blood-Starved Beast over and over again and writing down what kind of gem it dropped to figure out what its drop table was like. But, like, that's what you have to do if you don't have a copy of the thing that actually works in a PC. There's other stuff where, like, we were, like, poisoning enemies and using the poison ticks to determine what their max HP actually was. There's a lot of information here that was gathered in that way, rather than through actually, like, data mining it. Because we couldn't data mine, because there was no data that would actually work in a PC. What other things? Hang on, this is an interesting one. So people were asking, like, where is Yahagol, where is this, where is that? I don't care if Google doesn't work. Thank you. Yeah, so this is like, what areas of the game can you see from what other areas of the game? Which, like, why would you do that? Well, it's so that, to give you an idea of where this is all, where everything is relative to everything else. So it's like Erden Chapel. You can actually see Erden Chapel. You can see Erden Chapel. They're like, that's Erden Chapel. That's Upper Cathedral Ward. That's the plaza from the Cathedral Ward Bridge. Oh, actually, there's a weird little quirk. I didn't show up because I didn't bring the monocular with me, which is unlike me, but sort of hard to see. So that's normally where the church giant is, and you go through there, and there's like the door to Forbidden Woods is up there. There's no church giant, obviously, because we're from a distance, not loading enemies, but there's a door, like it's locked, like there's an actual locked door there. So there was like a different path through at some point, and you can see it if you're up here and you look down, because this map hasn't been updated to meet the new one. There's some nice shots of the... Oh, actually, here we go. So again, like before we had a free cam mod or anything like that, this was the best look we could get at the actual structure of the clock. And also before we had a DLC. Like this, this is just me crouching by Yargle. You can see like it's just a very different structure. This is a good example of what I mean about them changing how it's kind of designed. Where how to demonstrate. So you can see the face of the clock it's below these sort of like bits that stick out here, sticky outy bits. Gold tooth's not here, so I don't have the architectural name for it. So there's the sticky outy bits currently, which means the face of the clock is actually there. So that bridge there is hypothetically where Lumenflower Gardens is. So if you imagine you're in Lumenflower Gardens and you're fighting Maria, like you go through Lumenflower Gardens and then you walk into the clock face, right? But if you look at the actual model of the building, the clock face is there. So the bridge connecting like the clock tower to that clock, it should actually be there, but it's not. It would be roughly where that is. So it just gives you this sense of like, yeah, this was built different at one point. Like it almost looks like you go up to the top of the clock rather than inside of the clock, or possibly inside of the clock that way, up and out that way. Like it just looks, it's a totally different progression system that doesn't make sense with the version we have. I'm saying it doesn't make sense like it does. Oh, here's a better one. Yeah, this is what I mean. Perfect. Okay. So there's the face of the clock. There's the bridge where ostensibly the living failures are in the DLC. You go through the living failures room, through there, Maria's in there, and there's the clock face. But the clock face is actually down there. But the bridge is up there. So, however this was designed originally, you weren't walking into the clock through the bridge. You were walking into the top of the clock and then going down through it, apparently. It's very, very, like, curious about how this was all designed originally. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is what I was showing off before with Pal. Like, this is Pal's arena. That's the old Yharnam. Like, Dura's firing the Gatling gun at the oil urns. They're over there. You're running along. The crows are over there. And that's the sort of little area that you're hiding in with the beast that comes out of the kind of stairwell area. That's up there. So this is Pal's arena. Like I was saying, old Yharnam and Yahagol, like, they're just the same. Yahagol's just part of old Yharnam. Very nice shot of the Healing Church workshop, actually. Doesn't really tell you anything, it's just nice to see it from a distance, because it's usually Erden Chapel's in the way. There's some DLC stuff later on. Yeah, there we go. So this is what we're getting at with the masts of the boats. if you look down from the hamlet, you can see Hunter's Nightmare beneath you, and you can also see the mast of the boat sticking up. And if you're in the frontier and you look down, you can also see like the masts of the boats. So the idea is like when you're on these sort of layered realities, you can look down into the one that's beneath you, but if you look up, you don't see anything. So the implication is that Nightmare Frontier is directly above the fishing hamlet. You just can't perceive that it's there because you're not up there yet. When you are up there and you look down, you see the masts of the ships because you are above the fishing hamlet. That's how they kind of justify it all fitting together. Again, like yeah, it gets really nice angles on the clock in the DLC actually, because there's less geometry around there to stop you kind of moving around the way you want to. Yeah, so like I said again, like there's the clock face, but the bridge actually is there. So it's just a totally different structure that we don't know exactly how it worked. There we go. So yeah, there you go. Looking down from the hamlet, looking down from the frontier, you see the ship masts of the hamlet. I reckon there's actually some free out of bounds. Hang on. Modded out of bounds. So this is an archive of a video Lance McDonald made. So we don't have we're not hosting the video up here. We have timestamps for the video if you want to watch it. But this is like all the stuff from the video that like we're sort of highlighting. So this is where Lance did his out of bounds mod, and you can see like actually yeah that's interesting because I'm not used to seeing the Hamwick Bridge from this angle, and that actually looks a lot like the bridge that's used in the Land of the Dragon art. So there's some interesting stuff in here. Like there's the back of Witch's Abode, which is just never is used. You never see this. Like look how huge Witch's Abode actually is. Like, this thing is massive. Like it's like God. And then like look at the back of it. It's just, and then you just go into the basement and it ends. Like more Hamwick, more Canehurst. Yeah, this is interesting. So you may have seen this. If you sort of look for it, but there is like a road that runs kind of parallel to the road in Hamwick, and it's up in the sort of, it's raised. Like this is Hamwick. You don't usually go here, usually over there, but there's this, it's like a path, and it's got these lanterns alongside it, and it's got like tunnels and things, and I do wonder if that was like a carriage thing initially, like you would see the carriage go along here. Because there's nothing really there, like it doesn't feel like a game level per se. There's not like obstacles or anything. It's just like a long sort of flat piece of road. What else is here? Yeah, this is also what I was talking about with like they kind of, because that big mountain area was removed, it's like they seem to be aware of the fact there's just big spaces of nothing in the skyline. So they're just kind of like shoving stuff in there. There's like extra clock towers and extra copies of buildings and things to hide the fact that it doesn't quite, like otherwise there's just a gap. This is the elevator I was talking about. It's like that's Lumenflower Gardens. Elevator goes down, drops you out the other side of the cathedral. What are the branches? What are those giant branches in the Nightmare Frontier? I don't know. Where are we going? I don't know what branches I'm looking for. Like, Nightmare Frontier is just weird. That's my explanation. It's supposed to be like a weird nightmare world. So for reference, I'm watching this on a different monitor than the chat is on, so if I miss you, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, this is interesting. So like, there's the Hunter's Dream. There's, you'll notice like there's just this gap in the fence. Oh, under the frontier that holds up the level. I think that is just meant to be like the bottom of the frontier, like it's just sort of growing downward. I don't think it's supposed to be like. Yeah, it's just like the frontier is dripping downward in these weird roots. Yeah, you probably noticed this when you played it because the fence is different, but like this is just a hole. It's got the fence is there, but it looks like temporary fencing. Like it doesn't look like it belongs. And then there's this like other path that goes down there that's just not used anymore. And for reference, like the reason why that's not there in the Waking World version is because that probably wasn't there at all to start with. Like it probably didn't exist. They added it to give Gurman an arena because the Gurman arena I think would have been somewhere else. Yeah, this is like completely unused path that goes nowhere. And again, like we showed this off before, to finally put everyone to rest, that's what the pillars look like. There's nothing on them. There's not a tiny Hunter's Dream on them. Yeah, there we are. Oh yeah, okay, starting in Hamwick. So like this is like known. Like this is not like a there's circumstantial evidence to support the theory that like there were builds of the game where you started in Hamwick. Like the idea is you would start the game. Yeah, you would start the game in Hamwick during the day, and then you would travel to Yharnam and arrive in Yharnam during the night. And then what would happen is you would then, at the end of the game, double back and have to go back to Hamwick. And that's where the whole, like, Hamwick connects to the nightmare... Hamwick connects to the Nightmare of Mensis thing is from. And I suspect, like, that's why it has that coach path, because I think you probably were going to travel by coach, maybe? Oh yeah, and again, like, look at this is Witch's Abode, and it's just like, what is this? It's this massive thing, and then there's just like a completely straight pathway, and that. Here's some more Yahagol. That's sort of what I was showing off before with the moon in place you don't usually see it. Yeah, that's under the trapdoor in Bergenworth. There's nothing. Like, there probably was something, but there's not now. More Mensis. We showed this off last time as well. You can just go behind the clinic if you know what you're doing. Yeah, there's stuff about chasing Mikolash. Like, the thing, this is what I was sort of getting at before when I talked about the concept of original stories. Like, there wasn't really, like, a Bloodborne quote-unquote original story. It was, like, a series of ideas they were riffing on, and some of it got to different stages than other parts of it, if that makes sense. So, like, there's a version where Mikolash is being chased. There's a version where... You know, Mikolash... There's actually... Ooh, well, can I show... I don't know if I can. But there's, like, a version of Yahagul. Actually, let's look it up. Hang on. Map viewer. There's a version... I cannot remember if this is actually in the map viewer that I did or not. There's a lot of Yahagul stuff. Here we go. So... Damn it, it's not there. It's definitely somewhere. Basically, like, there's versions of... I think I did show this off, but it's not screenshotted. So there's a version of Yahar'gul where it's like the One Reborn Advent Plaza, and then instead of Mikolash's corpse being in the chapel at the end, it's like one of the big nightmare rocks from Nightmare of Mensis. Like, they're sort of all, like, focusing on that. And then there's another version where it's a statue of Ebrietas holding Rom. And neither of them have a Mikolash corpse in them, but presumably Mikolash is still in the game, so I don't know where he was in these versions. Yeah, we talked about, like John saying, Mikolash is going through the mirrors in the boss fight, kind of like teleporting through a lake. So, like, yeah, as far as we can tell, there was one of the concepts was that you would go to Hemwick. Mikolash was in Hemwick, and he would jump into the lake, like the lake that you go across to get to Canehurst, and then you would jump in after him, kind of like when you fight Rom. So you'd jump into the lake, and then it would teleport you that way, and that's kind of what that note on the map meant about, like, it connects to Trap Road. Like, you jump through, and that would connect you to Nightmare of Mensis. And that's, again, like, why when you run into Mikolash, he's like, ooh, a hunter is a hunter, and he doesn't even seem like he's bothered by the fact that you're there. It's meant, like, when that was written, the idea is he's already met you. Like, he already knows that you're around. So when you show up in the Nightmare of Mensis, he's like, oh, you hunted me here, and he just keeps running from you, and that's why the boss fight's about him running. Anyway. Here we go. Here's some, like, unused... I think I showed this off last time, but for reference, in case you weren't here, if Bergenworth and the lecture building are the same map, if you're in the lecture building, you're actually over there. And there's just, like, some invisible walls that stop you being seen. And if you're in the lecture building, you're actually, like, right next to Bergenworth. You can just never actually go directly from one to the other unless you can walk through walls. How do we find what out? Because there's a lot of things. The way that we found a lot of things out was... it was going over, like you said, like, you can see, like, we have a lot of old notes. We have some stuff from older builds. We actually, very frustratingly, like, we were in touch with people who had played like, they were doing, like, QA testing. And they'd actually played, like, older builds of the game to QA test it, and one of them specifically said that they had the build where you fought Willem. Like, he was QA testing the Willem fight. Oh, yeah, so it was surmised from a dev note. It was also surmised from, like, if you look... like, there's so many just things, like, just, like, notes and, like, internal databases and things. So, like, you can look at... there's, like, a database that lists where every entity in the game is, essentially. You can look at it and it'll have, like, the following entities are in Forbidden Woods, and it's all of these things you've never seen before, but it's like, oh, okay, they did plan on putting it there. So, like, those Lauren clerics, like, the beasts in the white robes that shoot the fireballs, like, we know those were in Upper Cathedral Ward at one point. We know they were in Cathedral Ward. We know they were in Forbidden Woods, because there's just, like, internal stuff saying, yeah, they were there at one point. The, actually, this is interesting. Burned Warrior. If we go here... these things were in old Yharnam. Like, when they render in game, they have this flame effect on them. So the idea is, I guess, like, the flames of old Yharnam, like, something happens and they summon these things. There's also, like, there's dialogue from a character who's not there anymore, who talks about, like, the Thumerians are coming to Old Yharnam to reclaim the chalice, which they don't really do in game. Like, it does make the Snatchers spawn, but he's this rambling guy. He's actually down a well. It's like Sigmire in not Sigmire, the other Sig. Not Sigvold. Whatever his name was. The Katarina guy in Dark Souls 3 when he's down the well. Sigward. He's like Sigward in Dark Souls 3. He's stuck down a well. And he starts explaining what happens to you. He starts explaining Old Yharnam to you as he's down the well. And he talks about, like, you know, the church burned everyone. The church burned the beasts. And then he says, like, and then the Pale Watchers came to claim the chalice. So it's like there's some, like, removed Old Yharnam plot line where, like, the Thumerians came back to get the chalice from Old Yharnam, and, like, they're not there anymore, but at some point maybe they were. This is just, like, cut stuff. Oh yeah, a lot of this game, by the way, is, like, aesthetically lifted from very, very closely from movies. I am almost certain this guy is supposed to be Anthony Hopkins, because he plays Van Helsing in the 1992 Dracula movie, and he dresses in a very similar cloak. So I think this is actually a very unflattering portrait of Sir Anthony Hopkins. This character, by the way, people describe him as, like, this was a character called Norbert or something. Like, no, there was a character called Norbert, and there was this guy, and there's no indication they were the same character. Because Norbert was the guy who becomes the cleric beast. Like, I don't think you were ever going to encounter Norbert in human form at all. But just for the sake of, like, having graphics, a lot of people, when they're talking about Norbert, they use this guy. This guy has, as far as I can tell, he has no animations. He has no associated, like, sound files. He doesn't even have really a name. He's just, like, a guy that they made and didn't finish. As far as I can tell, all this guy can do is T-pose. So, whoever he was, he might have been Norbert, but he might have really been anybody. No idea what this guy's story was. He's some healing church guy. We showed off Slug Princess as well last time. She's slightly more finished than he is. Like, she has sort of crawling animations. She has these associated, like, noises where she's sort of whimpering. You can hear the chain moving. You can hear the sort of slushing noise. She doesn't do anything, though. Like, yeah, this is the hunter they use in some of the trailers and stuff, like the placeholder guy. If you want to know, like, can you use this weapon? Can you use these shields? No. This guy is that's one model. Like, you can never remove or change the equipment. That's just how it is. It's just like it was a placeholder. There's Tiny Orphan of Cos. Sin and I talked about this in one of the mixtapes. That's the second form of the moon presence that isn't used. So you can see it's actually very similar to what happens to Lawrence, where, like, she's broken in half and she's crawling. So it's like there's, like, the back of the moon presence, her legs are missing. She grows these big tentacles out of her back. There's also just straight up demons in this that they don't show up at all. These are the various Canehurst kings. I don't know what the deal with them was. Like, I don't know if there were going to be various kings in the castle. I don't know if there were going to be, like, if they were going to be hostile. They look like they probably were hostile because they have swords. I do wonder if it was almost like a Four Kings fight, where these, like, different kings would fight you in sequence and you sort of, like, fought your way through the bloodline. Yeah, there's, like, a bunch of them, and then, like, Lagarius is the only one who's really finished. There's the Chapel Dweller. Again, like, further evidence, like, this was not planned out in minute detail beforehand. It's like, Chapel Dweller, you'll notice, it's got, like, a big stick, and it's because they were an enemy. What they end up doing with Chapel Dweller is they just turn his AI off and remove his weapon and make him an NPC. But yeah, that he starts off as like a Chalice Dungeon enemy. There's the male ghost I was talking about. He's like the counterpart of the lady ghost. Yep, this is... I've never understood what this is supposed to be. There's just like a textureless Demon Souls Knight at one point. There's the pig. This is better because it's properly rigged so the tail is curly. These things are interesting. These are... they look like they were an early version of the Wandering Madnesses. Where it's just these like sort of things that crawl around and you kill them and they leave behind items. These still work if you load them in game. And they're called screamers because they go ah! When you get close to them, they make this really high-pitched shrieking noise and they kind of like squirm away. Yeah, so these things here, this is an enemy called Shrine Knight. Obviously it's not used, but there's like a beast variant of Shrine Knight that sort of looks like Beast Possessed Soul. And there's actually like a mesh you can turn on and off that makes them look like a beast. So it's like an aborted concept for like a character who could turn into a beast while you were fighting them. Because the way that works now is if there's a character like Gascoigne's the obvious one. The way that Gascoigne turns into a beast, it doesn't actually turn Gascoigne into a beast. It's that the beast version of Gascoigne is loaded in and it's held under the map. And then when you deplete the hit points to a certain amount of the human Gascoigne, it just basically swaps their places. Like it just gets rid of Gascoigne and puts the beast Gascoigne there. There's not the mesh doesn't actually turn into a beast. Whereas this thing here looks like it actually had. There it is. Yeah. That's the same enemy. So it just has this switch you can toggle on and off that makes it look like a beast. So, yeah, like, obviously they don't do this in the game, but you can sort of see what they're trying to do. Like, guy with spear, and then you flick, like, a couple of values, and it becomes wolf with spear. There's some more of Slug Princess. Oh, this is mine. Yeah, this is my gallery of Slug Princess. Yeah, Slug Princess is interesting because she has a little blindfold on, but the blindfold is a separate mesh you can actually remove, and if you remove it, she's got, like, this sort of cursed, like, blood-drunk eye thing going on. No idea what that was about. And, yeah, like, she's got functional animations and stuff. Like, she'll sort of squirm around, and she has this, like... She has a kind of pathetic little push attack. She'll sort of, like, push you. That I think's meant to be her defending herself. It is very Rani, yeah. But yeah, she's actually got animations and poses and things, unlike the little healing church guy. Almost at the end of this page. Yeah, that was made by me. I can't actually remember what parts of this are me anymore because there's been so many things done. Oh, what else is there? Oh god, it's been going for 4.25 hours. Okay, I think it might be time to say goodnight, everybody, because I have to do things tomorrow. So, thanks everyone for coming. Return to Yharnam technically goes until April the 7th. Is it the 7th? Yes. It does now. Return to Yharnam's gonna keep going until the... Yeah, the 7th, okay. It's gonna go till the 7th. So, we will try to do something later on next week. But I can't really do it between now and before then because I got too much going on. So, hang on. Rom the spider. Spiders need blood to live. If you kill Rom, he doesn't have anything left. Will you just... Rom I think, is meant to kind of already be dead. It's very confusing. Rom is in a dream. The exact relationship between Rom and the Red Moon is something that, like... this is one of those cases of, like, the shifting ideas around. It looks like there being a weird spider monster under Bergenworth and the Red Moon appearing. Both those things were happening, but they didn't have any relationship to each other. Like, the Red Moon would have been summoned just by the same thing that happens with the One Reborn. like, you would go into Yahar'gul, it would be the normal nighttime, and then suddenly, when you get to One Reborn, the red moon rises and everything goes to shit. And then Rom would have been something else, and then as they kind of musical chaired the story, they connected the two things and had the red moon rise when you defeated Rom, but that maybe wasn't part of it originally. And that's part of why it's very confusing to think about, like, what is Rom doing and why is she doing it and how did it happen? Like, how is she stopping the red moon? Did Willem put her there to do it? Is it a side effect? When did she start doing this? Like, it's all a bit odd. Like, it works. It just becomes very strange to think about. Like, how is this happening? Like, when did she become a spider while blocking the red moon, or did Willem just have a spider and decide to use it to block the red moon after it was created? Like, it's all over the place. Anyway, we need to go. So, good night, everybody. If you want to support the work that Meph is doing, like I said, this is to keep the thing online. It's not because she's raking in e-bucks. Really just to pay for server hosting costs. Consider dropping her like $2 or $5 or $10 once or maybe monthly to just keep the thing going. I have a lot of stories about the lengths Meth has gone to keep the thing running, but I won't tell them because she's here and it might embarrass her. But she has kept this site running under conditions that I think no one else would have. Anyone else would have said, like, okay, I'm taking a month off, or it might be time to step back a bit. She's just like, no, I gotta figure out how to make it work. So, good night, everybody, or good afternoon if you're in Australia, and I will see you all probably next week for a little bit more of this. Hope you had fun. Thank you.